to have baseball, and if and when we do, it'll be the Texas Rangers against the New York Yankees. Alexi Ogando against CC Sabathia. Pretty ugly sky overhead here in the Bronx. But again, we're hearing that it is going to blow through. But rather than what we hear, why don't we check out with the authority? My 9 meteorologist, Audrey Puente. Now, Audrey, we got very close last time the Yankees played the Red Sox. What are you hearing now? Well, that's not the best news, Audrey. And last time the Yankees had a rain delay was the beginning of this homestand. The Yankees and the Red Sox, they waited 3 hours and 27 minutes. And we certainly hope that it's not that long. We expect to have baseball here at the stadium. The Yankees against the Texas Rangers. First game of a 3-game set. Alexi Ogando against CC Sabathia. While we wait, though, we'll sit back and enjoy an episode of Everybody Loves Raymond. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball, along with Paul O'Neill and Al Leiter. I'm Michael Kay. Last night, the Yankees lost the game 1-0 to the Cleveland Indians, but that's only part of the story. They also lost their shortstop and their captain. He's on the 15-day DL.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, everybody was into the race. 6 more hits to get to 3,000. But last night when he came out, you see him just gimping out of the box. A right calf muscle just grabbed. It's 5th time in his career he's going to be walking his way to the DL. But again, Derek had so many things going for him. The team was playing well. You got to fill in, though. Derek on the DL for 2 weeks. The Yankees got to pick it up.
He certainly tried all afternoon. The Yankees decided right before 6 o'clock to put him on the DL. He wanted to give it a try, but he'll remain 6 games behind Roberto Clemente on the all-time list. So a 15-day DL with the sore right calf. Tonight's pitching matchup brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. To get dunked, go to www.getdunked.com. Good matchup. Alexi Ogando for Texas, 7-0, 2.10 against CC Sabathia. Craig Gentry.
On the mound, CC Sabathia, 30 years old, from Vallejo, California. He'd be making his team-high 15th start. Mentioned in the open his poor start against the Red Sox. Hate to say poor, but yes, he eventually gave up 6 runs in the 7th inning. Very respectable year, 28 walks in 100 innings.
Let's take a look now at the New York Yankees pitcher scatter report, brought to you by GMC. We are professional grade.
Home is where the heart is, and 42 career starts at the new Yankee Stadium. 23-7, very respectable ERA at 3.14. Among the best active Major League left-handed pitchers, a minimum of 1,000 innings. He ranks first in wins, first in strikeouts, second in ERA to Cole Hamels, second in innings pitch. And you see where I'm going. This guy is a dominant pitcher. Tough on lefties. Only 2 of them in the lineup today. And they've only had 2 extra base hits. One was a double and one was a home run. 2 lefties being Hamilton and Mitch Moreland.
Well, the rain is held up. There's still some drizzling going on, but certainly not heavy enough that they wouldn't start the game. So the Yankees against the Rangers here at the stadium. So far on this homestand, the Yankees are 3-4. Let's take a look at the Yankee defense behind CC Sabathia. You've got Gardner in left, Granderson in center, Swisher over in right. Infield is Rodriguez, Nunez, Cano, and Posada, making his 17th career start at first base. Cervelli is behind the plate, and Karsten Charles Sabathia is on the mound. And the Yankees roster move was putting Derek on the DL and calling up Ramiro Pena. So there's Posada at first. As Teixeira gets half a day off, he is the DH. So Ian Kinsler digs in. CC is ready, and let's do it here in the Bronx. The first pitch is a fastball high. We're underway. Rangers are 2-4 against the Yankees this year. They lost 2 out of 3 here at the stadium in April. They lost 2 out of 3 in Arlington in May. There's a strike. Kinsler, 1 for his last 8, 6 for his last 35, and he's a better hitter than 231. But that's what he's got on the board.
Like you talked about in the pregame, I mean, this team's kind of backwards this year. It's always been known for their hitting, for their power numbers. Great hitters ballpark down in Arlington, but this year the pitching has really stepped up, and the hitters are a little behind of what they're accustomed to doing.
The 2-1 upstairs. Tonight's closed captioning is brought to you by your local Lexus dealer. Rangers 36-31. They're in first place in the West by 2 games over Seattle. Grounded. Nice grab there by Posada. And CC beats Kinsler to the bag. The big man showing some dexterity. 1 away. Rain picking up.
Well, with Jorge at first, obviously with Teixeira out, you got to get over there. You see the little hesitation from CC, very fast runner in Kinsler, but now the flip being a little bit slower and higher, which is what caused the potential little collision here, mild. Take a little while for Posada to get used to that, and I'll tell you, it's a lot of ground balls to the right side, even simulating that exact little flip.
You see Kinsler's footwork even before the bag. He was slowing down. You're not going to put a big hit on CC Sabathia, that's for sure.
Here's Elvis Andrus hitting 275. And he has 2 hits in his last 15 at-bats. And 5 for his last 25. A lot of those sorts of numbers up and down this Ranger lineup. The 1-0. Strike.
Well, Ron Washington on Sunday benched or sat Elvis Andrus after a kind of a lazy throw that he thought was not the best effort. Just kind of teaching the young kid that's not how you play the game. Kind of a father figure in the sense of Ron Washington was an infielder himself, working these infielders every day. Has a relationship with Andrus. Andrus understood after.
I mean, this isn't a team that's building anymore. I mean, this team was in the World Series last year. I mean, it's a team that, you know, they came into the year expecting to win again. It wasn't a fluke last year. They've got good quality players. they're adding good pitching to this line. I mean, Nolan Ryan's done a wonderful thing here of just letting these guys go out and pitch, getting away from a lot of the rules. And you know, Ron Washington did a good job last year of getting these guys to get out and play and make them believe that they can win.
The 1-2. Chop toward Posada again. CC getting in his running.
You know what? That's an in-between hop. That's not an easy play. And Jorge got, you know, second time around, a little better flip, led him to the base.
2 sprints early in the game here. Now it's a range issue as well, Paul. You know, he has to be aware of where your second baseman is, and also too, these, you know, having two sprints from your starting pitcher, you try to eliminate that. Nice little pick from Jorge.
Smart move by Cervelli as well. He goes and talks with Sabathia just to let him catch his breath.
Sure.
You tell me, how are you pitchers tired from running to first base twice?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
2 sprints, huh?
Yep.
So in other words, if you hit a triple, you're exhausted.
Oh, forget it. Oxygen.
Here's Josh Hamilton. Last time the Yankees played the Rangers in Texas, Hamilton was on the DL and so was Cruz. The Yankees caught a little bit of a break as they took 2 out of 3, but both of them are in the lineup right now.
Paul, you mentioned about the offense. There's no question this team's going to hit. They do thump, but when you have your middle of the lineup guys, Cruz going down, Hamilton going down, you remember that fluke little injury, play at home plate, third base coach had him go home and end up breaking his arm.
New York Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota offers fuel efficiency you'll love, only better. The 2-1 to Hamilton. 94-mile-an-hour fastball swung on and missed.
See this ball? This is a power fastball. Fastball count. Threw it right by him. Right by a good hitter. Josh Hamilton, obviously one of the better hitters in all of baseball.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss. So Sabathia has a strong first inning, retires the Rangers in order. And Sabathia and Posada combine on 2 of the outs. A nice play by the converted catcher, twice flipping to Sabathia, twice taking away base hits. Teixeira will be the DH. Alex Rodriguez at third. Cano at second. Jorge Posada plays first. He'll bat 6th. Batting 7th, playing right field. Nick Swisher. Eduardo Nunez, the shortstop, will bat 8th. And batting 9th and catching, Francisco Cervelli. And on the mound is Alexi Ogando.
27-year-old right-hander. Boy, what a year so far he's had. The guy that was out of the bullpen, and look at the numbers. Very impressive. In 2.10, 55 hits in 81 to third innings. Dominant.
Let's take a look at the Texas Rangers pitcher scouting report brought to you by Chase. Deposit checks from your smartphone with quick deposit. Take a step forward and chase what matters.
Well, overpowering. We'll see velocities vary, but this guy throws 95 or better. Versus the right-handed hitter, fastball is 138 batting average. He was an A's outfield 4 seasons in the organization, was drafted by the Rangers, Rule 5, and they turned him into a pitcher. Boy, how'd that turn out? He holds runners well, hasn't allowed a stolen base in his last 89 and a third innings, which dates back to last year.
Well, they lose Cliff Lee, one of the best pitchers in baseball, and you can make the argument, would Cliff Lee be 7-0, 2.10? Now, is Ogando going to be able to last the whole year after pitching in the bullpen last year? And there's a strike to Gardner.
Well, you know, it's interesting you say that, Michael, because their answers have been, and Nolan Ryan, advocate of innings and stretching guys out and allowing them to pitch through trouble, is that it's really a visual thing. They did it with C.J. Wilson last year, ended up with 200 plus. And now they're saying, look, you know, what's the batter saying? What's his delivery? What's coming out of his arm? There's C.J. Wilson will be pitching the last game of this series. And I just, you know, it's interesting how different organizations handle the young arms, although 27 isn't really a
ground ball to second. Gobbled up by Kinsler, and there's one away. Tonight's league leaders are brought to you by the New York Lottery. Hey, you never know. Ogando is second in the American League in ERA. Josh Beckett at 2.06, Ogando 2.10, and you've got Weaver, Herron, and Gonzalez. So 4 of the top 5 in the American League West.
It's funny how long it'll take, because there's always like a theory of the day. And in the old days, it was the Atlanta Braves. They threw every single day, those pitchers did. And then you went into trying to save guys and Java rules and all kinds of. And now you're in an organization who's winning, allowing their pitchers to throw more and longer. You know, if this rolls over into baseball, which, you know, baseball has a tendency to try to lean towards what's happening in the game at the time that's winning.
Popped up to Kinsler for the second out. Well, sports is a copycat thing.
Yeah.
You know, if the Wildcat works in football, everybody's going to run the Wildcat. If the Tampa 2 works, everybody's going to run the Tampa 2. That's just, you know, they copy what works.
Right.
Here's Mark Teixeira getting half the day as a DH. Mark 3 hits in his last 19 at bats, and Ogando deals a strike. They have the shift on, the Rangers do. 3 infielders on the right side. Third baseman Beltre, the lone infielder, on the left.
Yeah, folks, if that looks weird to you, that was the third baseman at shortstop. The third baseman's not hiding over there. That's quite a shift we got working there.
If you just turned on My 9 and you're saying, well, why are they in the bottom of the first and 8? There was a 41-minute rain delay at the start of the game.
Hang that, Michael. You think you could hit that hole over there?
No.
No?
You would love for them to have shifted like that on you, because you could hit that way.
There's a lot of knocks over there at third base. That's usually where I used to hit out lighter, about that 16 hopper up to the third baseman. And I got jammed.
Right.
The 1-2. Now, Ogando, Al said, was actually a position player. He was a 297 career hitter in the A's minor league organization, but he didn't make it past single A.
It's been bad defensive. 297 is pretty good.
Did not strike zone.
Is that it?
Swung at all balls.
Wow.
Torey Alba thought he knew the strike zone.
Jeez. Good for Mark Teixeira here. Let's see if this is Corey Blazer, home plate umpire, saw it as a ball. I think you'd like Corey, Paul.
If he stays consistent with that strike zone, I would.
3-2. Grounded into the teeth of the zone, and that will do it. So a 1-2-3 inning for Alexi Ogando. Both teams 1-2-3 first innings. Let's take it to the second. There's no score right here on My 9. individual moment. Would it be A, Mr. November home run, B, the bloody dive into the stands, C, Jeffrey Mayer home run, D, flip it home against the A's, E, breaking Lou Gehrig's record? Text A, B, C, D, or E to 70377 or go to my9tv.com. Find out the results right after the game. It's Take on Rush, brought to you by Toyota. You were there for a couple of them, Paul.
I was just going to say,
the 3 and the 5.
I'm going to vote for 2 of them. I can't cut it down to 1 tonight.
Mayer? The flip?
Yeah, now the flip and the Mr. November home run. That was an exciting night.
Mazda scoreboard, there is no score. And the scoreboard brought to you by Mazda. Zoom, zoom. Michael Young, playing in this game, has broken the tie with Rafael Palmeiro. Most games all time for the Texas Rangers, 1,574 now.
Think about all the discussion in this spring training after they got Adrian Beltre as to wanting to trade Michael Young. Good thing for the Rangers they didn't, with the injuries that they've had.
Michael's slumping a little bit now, 5 for his last 38, but boy, he loves hitting here at Yankee Stadium. 20 for 48 here at the new stadium, and in the ALCS last year was 5 for 13, and dating back to the old stadium has an 18-game hitting streak, so he likes New York. High fly ball, shallow right. Swisher puts it away for the first out. Sky's clearing just a bit. And here's Adrian Beltre, one of the few hot Rangers, 7-game hitting streak, 11 for 26. Now, you wonder how much losing their hitting coach from last year has affected this team. Clint Hurdle was a guy that this team loved, and he really was able to tap into what worked with them. And Clint obviously took the manager's job with the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they hired Thad Bosley as the hitting coach, and he was quickly fired. And now the new hitting coach is Scott Coolbaugh.
Yeah.
Sometimes that affects a team. It's a different way that the message is delivered.
Yeah, I mean, you work with different hitting coaches, and some guys just seem to be on the same page, and some guys are just, you know, what they say, obviously you take in, but it's not a good fit. And obviously that's what they felt. They brought in a new guy, and we'll see what happens. I'll tell you one thing, as a hitting coach, you'd love to walk into this situation. Good hitters, good ballpark to hit in. You figure these guys are going to turn it around anyway.
There's a strike.
Well, Michael, you mentioned that. Clint Hurdle is an absolute positive guy and always kind of chirping, it talks to everybody, and really, that Bosley was the opposite. From what I gathered of talking to people who cover the Rangers, they said, you know, really wasn't a communicator, really didn't say a whole lot. So you think of that. You get a guy that, you know, really just was jabbering away at everybody and talking up a storm, and then you got somebody who didn't say a whole lot. Tomorrow the Yankees play Game 2 of this series with the Rangers. Coverage on the Yes Network starts at 6 o'clock with Audi batting practice today and the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then after the postgame, catch the premiere of GMZ Presents Center Stage with Michael Kay with guest John Turturro. It all starts tomorrow at 6 o'clock only on Yes.
Here's Nelson Cruz. Now, the interesting thing about Bosley is he's real close friends with Ron Washington. So all of a sudden, Ron Washington has to fire his buddy. And that's happened before in the American League West, as Billy Beane fired his buddy Bob Guerin as manager. So you got to do what you think is best for the team. Deep drive, center field. Granderson back, and he makes the play as he goes on to the warning track for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. 6 up, 6 down against Sabathia. We go to the bottom of the second, no score. rare appearance at Wrigley Field. Fox Saturday Baseball. Yankees-Cubs Saturday at 4 p.m. on Fox 5. We go to the bottom of the second inning. On the Mazda scoreboard, there is no score. And Alex Rodriguez digs in. Alex has 6 hits in his last 14 at-bats. Hitting .284. Alex 3 years with the Texas Rangers. And then traded to the Yankees. Ground ball up the middle and a base hit for Alex.
Well, that's 95 miles an hour right on the outside corner, but first pitch fastball strike. Didn't change anything, went right back to the same pitch. Alex Rodriguez drove right back up the middle. All up in the zone, but still, I mean, you could tell he's going to go right after you. He doesn't think you can hit him. And what a great attitude for a pitcher to go out there and know you've got great stuff, but you're going to go after guys and just dare them to hit you. I guess every once in a while you do look up at the scoreboard and realize you're 7-0 and nobody's hitting you.
He's allowed, coming into this game, only 55 hits and 81 in the third innings pitched. There's Robinson Cano. Fouled away. Faced the Yankees already this year and had one of his worst outings. 4-17, April 17th. He went 6 1/3, 6 hits, 5 runs. He allowed 3 home runs and did not get a decision in that game. Lifetime against the Yankees, 1 start and 4 relief appearances, 1-0 and even 5 ERA. And that's the April 17th line right there. Fouled away.
Listen to Al's pregame report. You see why it's hard to steal on him. He throws hard, throws a lot of fastball, but he's also extremely quick to the plate. He holds runners. He doesn't have a high leg kick. Doesn't give you much of an opportunity as a base stealer to get a good jump.
He's fearless, Paul. You mentioned about his great numbers. That here's a guy that's been through a lot. Was at the minor leagues for a long time. They bring him over as a pitcher. And yeah, he's going to attack. His slider is okay. Doesn't throw a whole lot of changeups. He's even been quoted as saying, I really don't need to. There's a back foot get out of the way. We saw a couple of those during the Red Sox series with a cutter from John Lester.
I'll tell you, on that point about you don't really need to, you really would appreciate Bartolo Colon the other day. We counted 1 slider in shutout baseball for over 6 2/3. 6 2/3, and he threw 1 slider that was a ball, 2 seamers, 4 seamers on the inside corner and outside corner all day. He was unhittable. Just goes to show you how far you can ride a good fastball with good control.
You said it. And Maddox, I think I go back to Greg Maddox. He made a career of that. Yes, he had a good changeup, but boy, you talk about impeccable command on both sides of the plate. And when you mention that, Paul, a 4-seamer or a 2-seamer, it's really 4 pitches with the movement on both sides of the plate, up and down.
Just foul. Chris Guccione has to skip some rope, get out of the way.
Not a bad idea, protecting. You see it 96, 97, as opposed to pulling off. Alex was able to get an outside fastball, nice little hard ground ball up the middle. A pitcher with that velocity that will throw inside and outside. You got to protect, especially with 2 strikes, a ball away.
Ogando is making Ogando work.
Tell you what, he's pounding that inside corner. That ball's 96 just off the inside corner. But, you know, as a hitter, you're kind of in a defensive mode with 2 strikes. Tough pitch to handle.
Bottom of the second, runner on first, 2-2 count. Another foul ball.
There's a slider. Ended up in the same spot. That ball right there is a good pitch to hit for a lefty. Didn't quite get to the inside corner. You see that ball just kind of spins right over the middle of the plate. But you know you're opening up to get to that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball. A little too quick.
Yeah, that's a slider based on the movement, but at 83, boy, that's a huge speed difference between the 95 and 83. Normally a slider is 4 or 5 miles an hour slower than the pitcher's fastball.
Popped him up. Beltre puts it away for the first out. So Ogando wins that battle.
Ouch. Yeah, you see, Robbie, I mean, it's one of the weirdest things in baseball. It's almost an embarrassment to get jammed. Well, he got jammed. He got so many pitches inside, but that ball is just right in on your hand. There's not much you can do with it. I said yesterday, really the only way to hit that ball hard is to pull it foul. With 2 strikes, you know, you try to stay in to cover that outside pitch.
So here's Posada, 7-game hitting streak for Jorge. It's going to be interesting the next 2 games. The Rangers are pitching left-handers. Does Posada get a start against a left-hander? He says he wants to. He feels better at the plate. He had those 2 hits against Lester at the beginning of this homestand. But the Yankees have faced a string of righties. We'll see if they do put him in one of the next 2 games.
Oh, you saw that. That was 81. The slider, backdoor slider, 81. So that, I mean, that's almost 15 miles an hour different than some of his top fastball.
Yeah, that's a curveball speed for the difference in the velocity. A curveball speed, you want to be about 12 miles an hour at least. Has a difficult perception from the eye, hit the ball out of the hand to react.
So Derek Jeter there, and it's almost like a night off, and it kind of sets in 3 or 4 days later when you haven't played. That, you know, I'm on the 15-day DL, and it's going to be a while. And the interesting thing is going to be how this comes about, and you're going to know in the next 4 or 5 days if you see Derek Jeter out, you know, taking batting practice or in the cage, if he totally has to take 2 weeks off to get that calf back, or if he's going to be able to work through it, well, he'll be ready to come off on that 15th day.
Now, my colleague at ESPN, Jason Starr, spoke today with Philly shortstop Jimmy Rollins, who had a grade 2 sprain. Derek has a grade 1 sprain, which is better. The higher the number, the worse the sprain. And Rollins said, I would tell Jeter, expect it to hurt all year. He said, after I missed all that time, it never felt right until the beginning of this season. He had 6 weeks on the DL. Then he came back, played 3 days, coming out of the box, pulled it again, missed another 6 weeks. He said he's got to take his time, because when you think it's right, it's not right.
Age is a factor. You know, he's getting a little older. And
ground ball inside first and down the right field line. Rodriguez goes to third. Posada is at second. The throw comes all the way home up the third baseline. So a double for Posada, an 8-game hitting streak, and the Yankees have runners on second and third and 1 out.
Well, Jorge continues to swing the bat well. Michael, you asked about his left-handed stroke. Well, his left-handed stroke is just fine. A lot of hits lately, good swings. You see this happens so quick, right over the bag. Tough call right there for the first base up. I couldn't even tell in slow motion there.
Well, the previous pitcher talking about Ogando not thinking he needs a changeup. He did throw a changeup. I agree with you, Paul, especially from the left side. Jorge still can hit a fastball. A good one. Doesn't matter. That is 95. Michael, you mentioned the lefty-righty splits. So far to this point, 094 against left-handers, and 32 at bats. 257 up until that hit against righties.
Over his last 24 games, Posada now hitting .342. Remember, the number you give hitting right-handed Al. He started off 0 for 27, so he got those 2 hits against Lester.
This is a big at bat for Nick Swisher. You remember yesterday he had a couple opportunities early in the game, one with bases loaded. Next time up, double play with men on first and second. Here you go again, opportunity to drive in a run. And it starts getting complicated as a hitter when you get these opportunities day after day and don't come through.
Yesterday, the Yankees had the bases loaded in the first inning, nobody out, didn't score. Finished with Swisher ground into short. In the second inning, first and second, nobody out, they didn't score. In the third inning, first and second, 1 man out, and Swisher banged into a 4-6-3 double play, and that was the ball game. Now, an unbelievable stat from the guys and gals at Elias. There have been 42,022 Major League games played with the designated hitter. It came into being in 1973. And last night's game against the Indians was the first of them in which a team suffered a 1-0 defeat after it loaded the bases with nobody out in the first inning. 42,000. Foul back. I don't know what that means, but I'm impressed that they came up with it.
That's a lot of games.
I just lost you after, about 8 words into that. I'm gone.
Swisher 12 of 14 this year, getting the runner in from third with less than 2 outs. That's well above the average, which is, I guess, a good hitter, 75%. He's 86%. Foul back. 96 miles an hour by Ogando.
So he got ahead in the count 2-0. Then he gets a pitch that's a little high, a little out of the zone, and he goes for it. And then he starts opening those hips. That ball outside corner, you saw him, opening up. You can't handle that pitch as a left-handed hitter when you're looking in.
Saw that great stat on Posada. 13 for his last 23, 15 for his last 27. Now Posada wants to talk with Rob Thompson as Torrealba goes and talks with Ogando.
Well, the cat and mouse here, Paul, you just mentioned it. As a hitter, you're productive out his hit to the right side, so you want to stay away. And I hear what you're saying. He's pulling off that ball away. Obviously it's easier said than done to hit the ball the opposite way. But on the ground, you don't want to do that because it's not going to advance a runner. So that's what's happened there with Ogando.
Yeah, you see that weight's transferred all the way out, the hips opening up.
Somehow he gets out of the way of that, and the count is full.
Yeah, another slider, just yanked it. This has enough speed off of it and a bigger break than a true cutter.
Three-two.
You see right there, he missed out over the middle of the plate, but when you throw as hard as he does, you get away with a few mistakes. Not a lot, but you see the target over in here, ball's going to end up in here. That's a big difference. Now, if that ball's 91, 90 miles an hour, that ball gets hammered. But with his good stuff, he's able to miss a little bit and get away with it.
Three-two. And he walks Swisher to load the bases with 1 out. And Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, is going to come out and talk. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. It's amazing how this game works and how it always plays out. So Derek Jeter goes on the DL, and the guy who's going to replace him at shortstop over the next 13 games, 15 days, is going to be Eduardo Nunez. And the first time he comes to bat tonight, it's a big spot, bases loaded, and it just seems like somehow the baseball gods always find you.
Yep, I used to, I always heard that about right field. You can't hide anybody, even in right field. And I kept thinking, I'm in right field.
Wait a minute, they're trying to hide me.
Hang on a second.
I think that's Little League, Paul.
Is that right? That's when I heard it. I didn't know if it counted in the big leagues, too.
With the bases loaded in his young career, Nunez 2 for 6. So A-Rod's at third, Posada's at second, Swisher is at first. Long conference with Maddox and the entire infield crowded around the mound. Pitch outside. Now this stretch of 15 days is an opportunity for Nunez. The Yankees like this guy. They really do. And remember, they would not include him in the deal for Cliff Lee last year. That might have gotten the deal done, would have gotten the deal done. So they think very highly of him. And let's see if he makes the most of this opportunity. Fouled straight back here and under our booth. Yankees as a team hitting .373 with the bases loaded this year. And now that average just went up. A base hit for Nunez. A-Rod scores. Everybody moves up a bag. An RBI single for Nunez. And the Yankees lead 1-0.
So Derek's cheering him on. Big hit for Nunez again, especially after yesterday, not taking advantage of those bases loaded opportunities. Ogando gets behind in the count. Fastball kind of runs in, but Nunez quick enough to get the barrel of the bat to it. Drives it to left field.
Strong right there, fighting that ball off. That ball ended up drifting on the inner part of the plate. Derek happy. His counterpart.
It's like a little golf clap there, didn't it? Like he expected it almost.
Here is Francisco Cervelli. Way outside. Cervelli 8 for 22 with a home run and 9 ribbies lifetime against Texas. He's had a grand slam already this year, and that was against Texas. Dead center in Arlington. And that's his one home run, the 1-0. Waves at a pitch out of the strike zone. In fact, it was on May 8th. It was a Sunday. And here's how it looked.
Great thing about Arlington Stadium is how good the ball carries to dead center field. If you're not a dead pull hitter, it really comes into play.
Right center as well. A little air jet stream out there.
9 for 16 lifetime with the bases loaded. Russell Martin out again today with a sore back, but the Yankees don't think it's a DL problem, that he should be back soon. There's a strike. Joe Girardi said today he felt that Martin could play in an emergency, and they've also told Posada to be ready to catch in an emergency.
You know, Ogando's been fastball, a lot of fastball. That's 3 consecutive sliders in one count through Cervelli.
Swing and a miss. 2-away.
Well, after the second one, Paul, that he swung kind of not very good at it, that's what you do. You go to the well. Obviously, there's scatter reports on every hitter. Threw the first slider off the plate. Second one, he showed that he didn't like it and kept at it.
Cervelli's got to go back to the dugout and look around and like, what, are you kidding me? I just saw 4 sliders in a row. What's the scouting report on this guy?
Batting ninth.
I was going to bring up Gardner. Gardner grounded to second in the first inning. He's the leadoff batter.
Again, these are those opportunities for both teams. I mean, you get out of this inning 1 run, no big deal for Texas. You got to feel a little disappointed if you're the Yankees if you only score a run. So these are the big at bats. I mean, you get 2 outs, men in scoring position. You know, a double here. You know, it could be 4-0. Strikeout 1-0. Big difference.
Now, Al, he's moved a lot of people out the plate. Is that by design, or is he just doesn't have great control?
I don't think it's by design. You definitely want to come in and miss. If you're going to end up on the inside part of the plate, you don't want to be on the inner third, especially down and in. It looks like he's kind of hooking the ball, getting around it a little bit. And you know, also, too, Michael, that this guy, there are guys that are learning how to pitch, and we mentioned that this guy was an outfielder, was drafted in a Rule 5, which is basically major league clubs could take minor league players and put it on their major league roster. And they said, you know what, you're not going to play outfield anymore, you're a pitcher. So there's an element to him not really knowing how to set up hitters, other than, you know, okay, I have a fastball, slider, and occasional change.
Check swing and a base hit inside third. Posada scores. They'll hold Swisher at third. And excuse me, RBI single for Brett Gardner, and it's 2-0 Yanks.
I wonder if there's a gripe at third base. The third base umpire, Chris Guccione. Beltre was setting up to be a cutoff man. And Swisher ends up running into him. Well, look at that little cricket swing there. Oops.
Check swing. That's a beautiful thing as a hitter.
Now watch third here. He's in his way. I don't know what he's pointing at.
Well, Joe Girardi is out talking things over.
I think the key is right here. Is Robbie Thompson trying to wheel him in, or is he telling him to stop?
Now, that happened in the Met game yesterday, where Jose Reyes obstructed a Pirate runner who was eventually thrown out by Angel Pagan at third, but the umpire signaled him safe because they said that Reyes made him go out of his natural route. Obviously, that's exactly what Beltre did.
Yeah, there was contact, and the fact that Beltre wasn't in the play, he was setting up to be a cutoff if there was an eventual throw at home. You know what you were saying, Paul, here, he's saying go, 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 continuing. There at the very end, he put the stop sign on.
Well, he put the stop sign because Swisher slowed down because he ran into Beltre. I think that was a legitimate argument by the Yanks. Hamilton has a great arm in left field, but 2 bases loaded singles and just 2 runs. So the count 0-1 on Granderson. Now 1-1.
Ogando in the first inning had real good control of that fastball in the inner half to both righties and lefties. Now he's struggling, and a lot of times you talked about him going to 4 consecutive sliders to Cervelli. You start throwing that breaking ball a lot, you lose you kind of lose where that fastball is going.
Well, certainly getting Ogando's pitch count up. He's now at 46 pitches. Granderson popped to second in the first inning, but in 7 games against the Rangers this year, he has 5 home runs and a .429 batting average. This next pitch Ogando delivers will be his 37th of the inning. Popped up. Beltre cannot make the play. He leaned in, but he didn't want to sell out. Let's put it that way. He didn't want to tumble into the camera well. It's kind of a lean. They ended up in the dugout anyway. Not much help from his teammates there.
No.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. 2-0 Yanks. Hammered to right field, it's a base hit. Swisher scores. Also scoring is Nunez. Gardner moves to third. It's a 2-run single for Granderson. And the Yankees up 4-0.
Granderson jumps over a high fastball. He stays on top of it. My question here is the cutoff. I mean, I don't know if this, it doesn't look like it's off target, but again, ball up out of the zone. Granderson gets to it, stays on top of it. But you see the cutoff man has got to know whether he's going home or not, and the ball doesn't look off target. There's no reason to cut that ball. Nunez has good speed. I don't know if it's going to make that big of a difference, but I think, Al.
I agree, and especially seeing where Granderson was, that ball was low enough that it would have 1 or 2 hop, it would have been certainly a lot closer.
Well, here's Mark Teixeira. So the Yankees have batted around here in the second. Teixeira, the 9th batter, comes to the plate. Great speed on the bases for the Yankees. Gardner at third, Granderson at first. Prime for a little double steal action. Off speed, swung on the miss. You wonder with that speed, if Granderson took off, would Torrealba throw through? You don't want to take the bat out of your number 3 hitter's hands, but with 2 outs, not a bad idea. Maybe if there's 2 strikes. Count 1-1.
Pretty good behind the plate. Torrealba 39% throwing runners out. As I said in the open, Ogando has yet to give up a stolen base in his last 89, now 90 innings.
See Michael Kirkman getting ready. So Ogando comes in with a 2.10 ERA. He's given up 4 runs here in the second. Foul back.
I mean, it's real hard, guys. I haven't been there. You train for about 15 pitches an inning. This is his 40 pitches this inning. 40. And I relate it to kind of a boxer. You train for so many minutes per round.
So it's almost like an 8-minute round.
It's a couple extra in there.
This is where you get some balls up in the zone. To repeat the delivery, have the location and the stuff on the ball. It's a cardio element. Mathematics in. Kirkman's ready.
The old Jeff Nelson.
Works every time.
Take the third, go to first. Ooh, you know what? If he had a little bigger leg kick.
Hammered to right field. It's a base hit. That'll go into the corner. Gardner scores. They're waving Granderson home. He'll score. It's a 2-run double for Teixeira. Yankees lead 6-0.
Well, the hits they didn't get yesterday are the hits they're getting tonight. You know, the big 2-out hits with men on. Again, this ball is up out of the zone. Teixeira gets on top of it. You know, it's hard to do as a hitter. Very easy pitch to pop up. Drills it to right field. See, Cruz has trouble getting it in. A little wet out there. Granderson scores.
You know, this is the effort, Paul. I'm telling you, you got this high up in the zone. Great piece of hit, just getting on top of this mid-90s. And what's happening with Ogando, especially when you have a pitcher that relies on just overpowering stuff, which that's what Alexi Ogando is all about. Here you see versus the Yankees. How about that?
Well, Ron Washington has seen enough. Boy, did Ogando get banged around here in the second. The guy who started, Alex Rodriguez, is coming up, but not against Ogando. Learn more, visit Verizon.com/getFios. And they bring in the left-hander Michael Kirkman. Ogando, 6 runs, a career high. And you see Kirkman's numbers, 11 hits and 11 2/3, 11 strikeouts and 7 walks. There had to be some dangerous hits in that 11 with a 6.17 ERA. Now here's Rodriguez. He started it with the innocent single up the middle against Ogando. 6-0 Yankees. Teixeira's at second, 2 out. And Kirkman deals. Now 1-0.
Well, problem for the Rangers this year has been their bullpen. Neftali Feliz has been blew a few saves against the Royals, but very good closure. Had some trouble with Arthur Rhodes, who hasn't been doing well. Mark Lowe's righty setup. Aaron Oliver, veteran left-hander.
Well, the Yankees have to feel pretty good with a 6-0 lead and their best pitcher on the mound, CC Sabathia. He's been perfect through the first 2 innings, and now he's got some room to work, but he's been on the bench for a long time. And I know pitchers always say, hey, I'll take the runs, but it does take a little sharpness away from you right at the start. But the Yankees do have a mound just down the runway, so if he wanted to throw during this inning, he certainly could have done that.
What do you figure, about 20 minutes it's been?
We'll find out for sure. I think it's been about 20 minutes. The 2-1. Driven to right field and deep. Going back is Cruz on the track at the wall. He'll make the play. And that will do it. But the Yankees score 6 runs on 6 hits, and they leave 1. A 33-minute half inning, but they get 6 runs out of it. Long in the inning, we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. You see it right there on the left. Brought to you by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. 33 minutes on the bench for CC. Let's see if it affects him. And he'll face Mitch Moreland. And there's a strike. On the out-of-town scoreboard, you just saw that Tampa Bay leads Boston 2-0. Bottom of the 6th inning. So the Yankees could move closer. It's 2.5 games. figure Boston has to lose sometime. They've won 9 in a row.
One of those offensive outbreaks. I mean, they scored 10 or more runs, I think, every day in Toronto. And they left here hot. And they just kept it going.
Moreland, a .216 hitter lifetime against lefties, having a good year though. 305. But he has won for his last 8. And the 1-2. Foul.
Though he's a young player, Michael, mature hitter in the sense that it's a lot of young hitters that get up to the big leagues, and a guy like Moreland have some power, trying to pull the ball, eliminate the left side of the field. Not Moreland. He'll hit the ball where it's thrown. Not afraid to go the other way. Sees a lot of pitches.
Swing and a miss. Moreland down on strikes. And there's one away. The put out is 2-3.
Nice tilt on that slider. Similar to the one that he struck out Josh Hamilton with.
I don't think in his wildest dreams, looking at the stat sheet, that CC Sabathia thought he would take the 3rd inning with a 6-run lead. But that's what the Yankees offense has given him tonight.
CC does not lose 2 in a row often. He's lost consecutive starts twice for the Yankees. Fouled away. April 27th and May 2nd of 2009. July 27th and August 1st of 2010. And he's already matched his total of home losses for each of the past 2 seasons. He was 7-2 in 2009, 11-2 last year. He's 2-2 this season in the Bronx. Lifetime with the Yankees, Sabathia has been everything they could have dreamed of. 47-19, 3.25. And as good as he's been on the mound, he's been better in the clubhouse. A real unifier. Everybody likes him, crosses all lines. Foul back.
Yep. You know what what you're able to accomplish, obviously what matters most is between the lines. When you have an opportunity, as you say, Michael, liked by everyone, a unifier in the sense where a lot of stuff goes on during the year as a big leaguer, and have adversity and issues come up, little fires you have to put out.
Grounded softly up the middle. Cano is right there. 2-0. This day in Yankee history is brought to you in part by Audi, truth in engineering. We go back to 1961. Roger Maris hits his 22nd home run of the season off Indians pitcher Gary Bell in an 11-5 Yankee win at Cleveland Stadium.
Roger had a pretty good week. Remember, he was just tied with Granderson with 18 or 19 a few days ago. He must have got hot. A good year, though. Huh? Think about it.
61. And you wonder, with all the shenanigans that have gone on, is 61 the record again? Or is it 70 or 73? There's a strike. Craig Gentry, the 0-1. Given to center field. Granderson is there, and that will do it. So CC's perfect through 3. 9 up, 9 down. Let's go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Yankees are leading this one 6-0 on my 9. Express, the social currency, and by Sands Casino Resort Bethlehem Hotel, now open. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. No, you don't get to come to the booth. See, they ask for your autograph, Paul. They come here to listen
come to a game with him.
It's a good-looking picture, though. Let's be honest.
I tell you what, it's a lot better than that little youngster we saw on the big screen a few days ago.
But that youngster beget that picture. Or begat, I don't know.
What did he say?
Here's Cano. How about the power of O'Neal, Al? He mentions the other day once M&M. The president of M&M Morris sends him M&M's.
More at bars. He said it doesn't matter. He sent me a whole box of candy. It was great.
And I'm the one who eats it.
And you're the one who eats it.
You can tell. Al's back in the thing. He brought his goodie bag out last inning. You made it to the third inning before you brought the candy out to me.
Well, 33-minute inning.
Oh, I forgot.
Well, how about this? Remember at the beginning of this homestand, you mentioned what's the Circle Line, and I talked about how great it was. I got a letter from the president of Circle Line. They gave me 2 free tickets.
See that?
But you get M&M's. Did you get a Circle Line trip too? I think you did. Thank you very much. We'll have to go together.
Yeah, you and I holding hands.
A little moonlight cruise. Could be a special for sure.
We need no cameras on this trip.
What do we need him to ask for, Al? Something that we want that only Paul could ask for and get. Let's think about it.
How about a car?
I asked what we did the Fiat thing the other night. I got the Fiat answer. I didn't get the car yet.
No, and that's our trivia question again on My 9. They should be listening.
I don't like your chances.
Neither do I. Got a better chance than M&M's and Skittles. The 2-2.
Ouch. Ooh.
Not afraid to show inside and throw inside. This is the second one inside. That is a serious brushback pitch. Now he threw the slider away. Look how close he is to the plate, right on that line. 4 or 5 inches off the plate. Watch this. Put the slider away. No, and again. Doubling up inside.
Al, when you were young and threw really, really hard, did you ever worry about hurting somebody if the ball got away?
No, because if you do, you'll end up aiming it, guiding it, not throw your best fastball. Of course, I didn't want to hit a batter. It's part of the game. But anytime you start thinking, boy, if I hit him, it could hurt him, or there could be some injury. I better not throw it in as far, or don't throw it as hard. You can't think that way, Michael. You just got to let it go.
3-2. Grounded to second. Kinsler. 1 away.
I can literally tell you, I don't think pitchers are out there worried about hitting batters and hurting them. I think once in a while pitchers will try to set up a pitch away and, want to bust you in, and the last thing they want to do is hit you because they're trying to get to that ball away, and that's the ball that they miss with because they don't want to, hit you, so they get it out over the plate a little bit, and all of a sudden you get a good pitch to hit.
Especially arm side batter to pitcher, meaning what we just saw with Cano. Lefty on lefty, it is not easy for a left-handed pitcher to do what Kirkland did just there. Kirkman.
Here's Posada. Fouls it away.
I mean, Kirkman is showing that he's not afraid to pound his own, coming inside. And when I say arm side, for a left-handed pitcher to be effective to throw inside for strikes and stand up a left-handed hitter, not easy. And as you say, Paul, that sets up the outside part of the plate. So ultimately, Kirkman, he didn't do it to Cano, but you want to eventually get to that put-away slider in his case.
The 0-1. Posada batting right-handed, so maybe a little audition here for the next 2 games. His double in the second extended his hitting streak to 8 straight. During that time, he's had 5 multi-hit games, and he's hitting .555. And his average is at .231. It's been a long climb to that mark. Breaking ball strike.
And Georgie got a couple hits off John Lester, a lefty from Boston. So, the tide has turned. His left-handed stroke obviously is much, much better, but his right-hand stroke might be coming around too.
Next thing he needs to do is go yard. He has a streak now of 115 homerless at bats. And that's the second longest of his career. The longest is 140 at bats between 2002 and 2003. Popped up. Moreland will make the play for the second out.
Georgia gets a fastball. Pretty decent pitch to hit. Didn't quite get to it. As a hitter, you're just begging for this to get into the stands. But you see a fastball kind of right down the middle. Just didn't get the barrel out there. This got in on him. Well, the swing looks good in slow motion, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, every time. This would be an opportunity. This game stays the way it is. They throw some left-handers for Jorge to get that swing right.
They've got 3 lefties in their bullpen. They carry 7 relievers. Now this is Swisher's stronger side as a switch hitter. He struggled from the other side. 221 overall. He had a big walk in the Yankees' 6-run second inning. Count 1-1.
Now, to me, if you look at Nick Swisher from the right side and you talk about how good his numbers are from the right side, it just looks like that everything is straight up and down. I mean, his hip stays in there, his head doesn't move. Far less movement from the right side than the left side. It just looks like he's trying to force that his ability to pull the ball from the left side, where he's waiting for the ball and just reacting from the right side.
Hammered to left. Going back Hamilton on the track at the wall. See ya! A home run for Swisher. A solo shot. He'll round the bases, and the Yankees have a 7-0 lead. Just got over the wall.
Nick Swisher's 6th home run of the year. And what we were talking about, if you'll watch his front hit, it just stays there. And it's like he trusts how quick he is inside on the right side, but not on the left. If he could just flip this around, everything would just be fine. Great swing, sees the ball, waits on it, got plenty of time to get the barrel to it.
And here's the sweet swing of the game, brought to you by Hershey Park.
Another one, slow motion. That was a sweet swing.
Nunez takes low. Oh, right in the hands. Ooh.
It's all about opportunity, Mike. Sometimes you do it, sometimes you don't.
Now, just to be fair, that's not an easy catch. That's 300 feet away without a glove.
Yeah, have a hand on, or a glove on.
Right there, he's allowed one. He want 2 hands. It just didn't stick.
Oh. He's still shaking his head.
It feels awful.
He's hiding.
High fly ball, center field. Gentry puts it away for the final out. But the Yankees get a run on 1 hit. No errors and nobody left. Nick Swisher's 6th home run puts the Yankees up 7-0 as we go to the 4th inning here on My 9. With his game tonight, Michael Young became the all-time Senators-Rangers leader in games played. Which two active players are second all-time for their franchises? We'll find that out in the bottom of the inning. CC's been perfect through 3. Yankees lead 7-0. Top of the order, here's Ian Kinsler. And there's the first base runner for the Texas Rangers. A broken bat single to center field. A lot of questions around Yankee land. Who's going to start Thursday? We thought David Phelps had a chance, and Hector Noesi as well. Looks like it's going to be Brian Gordon. Now, Brookover of the Philadelphia Inquirer spoke to Brian Gordon, who was pitching at AAA Lehigh Valley for the Phillies, and those are Gordon's numbers. He's a 32-year-old right-hander, and he had an opt-out out of his contract, and he decided to opt out. The Yankees signed him, and they say he will likely start on Thursday, not confirming that he will. So we might see Brian Gordon.
Wow, if you're really dealing down in the minor leagues and you're trying to break a rotation, the Philadelphia Phillies would be a tough rotation to break.
No kidding.
I might want to opt out myself.
You know what? And I'm curious if Gordon hasn't had a long big league career.
No, he played 2008 with the Rangers. He was a position player in the minors for a long time.
So to have an opt-out for a guy that wasn't, you'll see that. I know Kevin Millwood had it. A lot of guys that have spent time, a considerable amount of time in the big leagues, they'll say, look, I'll stay here for 6 weeks or whatever, middle of May, pick a date. For a young player like that, who hasn't had a established big league career, to have that opt-out.
Not young, inexperienced.
Not
He's 32.
Yeah, that's right, not young. No.
And Jack Curry of the Yes Network did a lot of legwork on that story as well. And a source that he has told him that the Yankees will probably start him on Thursday. So that's Thursday afternoon. The Yankees had skipped over David Phelps, who's at their AAA team in Scranton Wilkes-Barre. And I talked to Brian Cashman and say he's a candidate to start on Thursday. But now Brian Gordon becomes available, and it could be him. So Bartolo Colon's spot is Thursday. Let's see if they turn this into a double play. No. Goes under the glove of Cano. Falling is Kinsler. They throw behind him, but he crawls back. So they score that. That should have been a 4-6-3 double play.
Watch here, Mike Everett. That was a block out, maybe. I don't know. Ends up falling down. Did Cano get blocked out by the second base umpire? You see, skipped away. Just didn't get to the ball. That ball was hit sharply. I don't know whether it was. Boston's trying to get to third base.
Kinsler's an aggressive base running. Remember in the playoffs last year, he got caught stealing, got picked off a couple times, but that's his style of play. An aggressive base runner. Looks like he was going to try to take an extra base there, even down 7 runs.
And there's a strike. Big at bat for Josh Hamilton and the Rangers. First and second, nobody out as they try to climb back in this.
And that's in a good area for a hitter to get to it, but it's 95 miles an hour, and CC's got that power heavy fastball. Again, threw it by Josh Hamilton.
He struck him out with a slider. Let's hit the same combination, slider, fastball, back to slider. Let's just take a look at Mike Everett, the second base umpire. Now watch Robbie. Knows he's got to shoot to his right. Well, he's still got to go after the ball. He didn't block him out. Umpire just skipping out of the way. Double play depth, a little closer to the batter.
Slow roller. Third base line picked up there by Cervelli, makes the out at first. Runners move up.
It's one of those balls Cervelli's got to make a decision. If you let it go, you give him a base hit. It's like, I don't know. You take the out, I guess, when you're up 7 runs.
I don't care if Josh Hamilton's struggling or not. Get that ball before it goes foul. I have an out. And you are up by 7. Just barely before that ball going foul. Game like this, you're just finding the outs. Obviously early on, and just far from over 7 runs. American League game with a very good hitting team in Texas. You'll take the outs.
Yankees, of course, will have the infield back from Michael Young. They'll give up a run. They're up 7-0. Young with a fly ball to right in the second. Little slump, 5 for his last 39. And grounds it up the middle and through for a base hit. Kinsler scores. Andrus will score. And it's a 2-run single for Michael Young. Yankee lead is now 7-2.
Again, any way you can get back in the game. CC Sabathia, tough guy away. Trying to drive it up the middle. Put a couple runs on the board.
Such a professional hitter. They've had a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Comes back with a changeup. Stays on it. Granted, right up the middle. Looked like CC tried to do a little football there. Trying to kick the ball. Not being able to knock it down.
Look up at the board. Top of the 8th inning. Detroit leads Cleveland 4-0. That's the sidebar. It's a no-hitter for Justin Verlander, who's already had one this year.
He's been
and lost another one.
Lost another one late, yeah. I'll tell you what, Paul, we just saw the innings. You could see them getting no hit.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You could also see them losing first place to the Detroit Tigers the way they came in here and played.
Swing and a miss. It's so funny when Beltre swings or checks a swing, he checks with the umpire. He does not wait for the umpire to check. He points to the umpire because he's like you, Paul. He doesn't think the home plate umpire should have that call.
I like it.
He's got to know that that's what they're doing, right? What the heck would you want him checking for?
My question is, though, does the umpire at first base give you an answer if the player or only if the umpire asks?
It didn't seem like he gave the answer. The home plate umpire pumped him.
Well, right, because the umpire saw. So he did see the swing.
Grounded softly to short. There's one. On to first. Not in time. Posada doesn't handle the throw.
Had to back up a little bit on that. He was caught in that in-between hop, making sure that he threw a nice firm strike to Robinson Cano. But that little backup step that Nunez took possibly cost him double save. See that little backup? But he was caught in between, either charging it, getting on a short hop, get the force out at second.
Even in that backup, you can see how soft his hands are. I mean, the transition of the ball to get it out of his glove, you can see why the Yankees feel like he's going to be a great fielder. Defensively, I mean, he does a lot of things well.
And got a big hit tonight. His first start at shortstop, replacing Derek Jeter, went on the DL before the game. Fouled the other way.
And a couple guys in this lineup, good hitters, and Josh Hamilton and Cruz, both of them big power hitters, but both can hit for average and drive in runs too. And they just have not been up to par to where they were last year to this point. And you know, when they come around, this team will score a lot more runs and make it a lot easier on their pitching.
Swing and a miss. Justin Verlander also loses his no-hitter, a one-out single by Orlando Cabrera in the 8th inning. So 2 runs for the Rangers, 1 man left. It's 7-2 Yankees who go to the bottom of the 4th.
are on, so they're probably watching a little TV.
Maybe they're watching us, and maybe they're wondering what the answer to the Ford trivia question is. With his game tonight, Michael Young became the all-time Senators-Rangers leader in games played. Which two active players are second all-time for their franchises? The answer is Derek Jeter and Chipper Jones. Derek's going to catch Mickey. Chipper's not catching Hank Aaron. A bunt by Cervelli. Although it says active players, technically, Derek's not active right now.
I got to tell you one thing.
Active roster. Come on.
That's got to be the hardest question I've had since I've been here.
Really?
Oh. There's a lot of people to go through the process to get to that one, huh?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's not fair to do that to you in your 7th straight game.
That's right.
Is this your longest stretch ever?
As a player or as a commentator?
As an announcer, yeah.
By far.
And you still got 2 more to go.
It's all right.
I'm very impressed.
As long as the rain stops, we're fine.
And then you got the Cubs series off, and boom, right back to 3 games against the Reds.
Home games, though.
Get to sleep at home. There's a strike. The 1-2. Nice play there by Kirkman. 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th.
Nice square to home plate, Michael Kirkman. Not even square. That's a put the glove up and hope it goes in.
I was going to say every once in a while the baseball catches you, you don't catch it. But
eye on the ball. No way you catch that. That'd have been a base hit up the middle there. That ball was hit pretty hard.
Here's Brett Gardner, big RBI single in the 2nd. So he is 1 for 2 leading off today. He'll probably be atop the lineup with Derek out. It'll be interesting tomorrow against the lefty, though. Do they change that? Do they have Granderson up top? Do they play Andrew Jones at left? A lot of decisions for Girardi, or does he have Andrew Jones DH, keep Gardner in the lineup? The 0-1. 1-1.
what number's that one, Michael?
It's either the B, the D, or the 4.
And where's the 4 go?
Come on, you know the 4.
I don't know.
It goes into the city.
That goes to
86, and then
no, I do know Grand Central because that's where you stay as a visiting player. 42nd Street.
The 4. The 4 comes up to the stadium.
And what did I used to take to Shea?
7.
The 7.
Yep.
That was always a friendly.
Did you take
ride.
the 7?
A few times.
When you were at the Reds?
Yep.
That is convenient for the visiting teams. And I would say the guys that get here early, there's a handful of players that'll take the bus. And now the buses are different too, Paul.
There's like
bunch of different tiers of buses. A few years ago, you either took a cab, or in this case, in a city with good mass transit, you take the train.
And Gardner works a walk. Granderson, the big blow in the 2nd inning, a 2-run single to right field, made it 4-0. As they really started to get to Ogando. Ogando 11-1 in his major league career. Gave up a career high 6 runs in the 2nd inning, getting knocked out. And strangely, despite his otherwise major league dominance, he does not pitch well against the Yankees. Came in, 1 start, 4 relief appearances, 1-0, but a 5 ERA. That ERA went up.
Well, here's a guy, Michael. I mean, we're wrong about that. Thinking Ogando and CC would be locking horns there. Of his 12 starts, 10 of them, he's given up 2 or fewer runs. Sometimes you can't explain it. obviously hits like Gardner's check swing, swinging bunts.
Well, high fastballs. I know Granderson hit one over in his eyes, and so did Teixeira. Both of them with men in scoring position set up that huge inning.
This year, Ogando has allowed 11 runs in 8 innings pitched against the Yankees. 75 innings pitched against all other teams. He's allowed 14 runs. So go figure this game. The 3-0. There's a strike.
Can't. Tops. Knowing that inning for a guy like Ogando who likes his fastball. What did we get him? 40, 42 pitches? He was up to over 40 pitches that inning. As you say, Paul, some elevated fastball. Granderson, Teixeira got on top of it.
That one is drilled to right field. Cruz is there for the second out. Yankees followed this news very closely. Intra-squad game for Phil Hughes in Tampa today. 3 2/3, 2 hits, did not allow a run. Walked 1, struck out 6, threw 49 pitches, and topped out velocity-wise at 93. And Brian Cashman said the people that were there say the ball was coming out of his hand a lot easier than it was early in the year. His next start is probably going to be in Staten Island. And that will be likely Sunday. So Staten Island single A for the Yankees. And I've never been there, but everyone that I know that's been there said that the ballpark at Staten Island is an absolute jewel. It's absolutely gorgeous.
You have to take the Staten Island ferry on that one.
You know what? I've been on the Staten Island ferry. Yep, years and years ago. That's where you see the Statue of Liberty, right?
Well, the most encouraging thing on there, Michael, was the 93 miles an hour.
Right.
Several 92. His last couple starts, he didn't break a whole lot of 90-mile-an-hour fastballs. Upper 80s.
Runner goes. Fouled away. Now, I asked Joe on Sunday, Joe Girardi, with the Yankee bullpen needs right now with the injury to Jabba and Soriano and Feliciano, is there any consideration to moving Hughes into the bullpen because he'd been so good? He said you can never say never, but we're preparing him as a starter. I asked Brian Cashman the same question today. He said he's not going in the bullpen. He said he's a starter.
Should be. 18 wins last year?
18 and 8. All-star game. Count 1 and 2.
Just looking at the schedule here. Texas, I mean, they're leading their division, but they're a good team. There's no doubt about it. They're going through a tough time as a team and a tough time as a schedule. They got beat 3 out of 4 in Minnesota. They come in here to New York. Then they go on to Atlanta. They go back to Interlake. So all on the road. Time to kind of go in a slump as a team.
Runner goes, and that hit Teixeira. Just clipped Teixeira. So he will take first. Gardner obviously advances to second. That's going to bring up A-Rod.
That's that back foot again. Left-handed breaking ball. Power slider, low 80s. Watch, once that foot goes down, you can't get out of the way. A little deflection there. That can hit off the very right side of his back foot. Ooh.
Everybody's
Toriano doing?
Everybody's hopping around up there.
A-Rod 1 for 2. And that one is lined into left center field. It is a base hit. Splits the outfielders, and it goes to the wall. Gardner scores. Here comes Teixeira. Here's the throw. Teixeira scores. It's a 2-run double for A-Rod, and the Yankees lead 9-2.
Again, Mark Teixeira, A-Rod, been swinging the bat very well. Just drills this ball. Knew right off the bat it's in the gap. It's funny, you talk about you can't figure this game out, Michael. Yesterday they're shut out. Today they score 9 early in the game. Bats woke up. Trick slide by Mark Teixeira. Teixeira carries those gloves in his hands because when you slide, you have a tendency to drag that backhand, but you carry those gloves, it won't hurt a hand, you won't hurt a finger. Good angle.
Now you carry the gloves because it keeps your fingers clenched.
Yeah, a lot of times you kind of brace yourself with nothing in your hand, and you can drag your hands and kind of tear them up a little bit. If you carry the gloves, you just have a tendency to grip them.
There's a strike to come.
Except when you slide across home plate, huh?
See, I didn't have gloves in my hands when I used to run the bases ball.
Did you hit with gloves?
Yeah.
Like you knew what you were doing?
No.
No. Were you one of the better hitting pitchers on your squad?
My 10th grade high school baseball, I hit a double, run into second base for the very reason why guys use something in their hand so you don't brace your body. I braced my body, slid, and my wrist braked my body, or was the to lessen the fall, ease the fall.
Something had to give, and it was your wrist.
And I broke my wrist.
Right wrist?
Right wrist.
Miss any games?
Yeah, the rest of my 10th grade year.
Well, here we have it. We have a shot of it.
No. Oh God!
Look at that.
95. That should have been in the Parker, no doubt.
You were probably disappointed you didn't catch it because you had to run to third by then, didn't you?
Oh, I'm just glad this inning's over. No God.
Catch is made by Beltre, and that will do it. But the Yankees had 2 more runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. Look at Al chugging, hits the bag, and he's going for 3.
That's slow motion.
Is he going to slide? That's not slow motion. Oh, it's a stand-up triple. Now on the dollar menu all day, every day. Mitch Moreland will lead off. CC has a 7-run lead, and he starts Moreland off outside. Well, graded, Paul. How did you like Al's approach to the triple?
You know, he hit it ball well, took it the other way. We won't talk about his base running, but it was a good swing. Was digging for 3 though. Huh?
Oxygen.
We all have our moments out there.
Dave Paul's a good guy.
Very good guy.
I won't ask you about your analysis.
I thought you looked great. And you've told me you were a terrible hitter, and you got a triple in a big league game. You got a double in a World Series game. It's pretty impressive.
Lucky.
Do you know that Al was actually running in the outfield in a minor league game? Not in a game, but during BP. And Al was very unlucky when he was young. Very unlucky. He had a lot of injuries. Ground ball up the middle. Slowed down by CC.
Look up.
And it's a base hit. So a single for Moreland. And it's just running.
He tried to do the same thing with Michael Young. The ball went up the middle. This ball was hit a little harder. Luckily for CC, hit it right off the bottom of his foot. That would have really hurt. He broke his bat.
Kick save and a beauty.
Come on, Michael, finish the story. You got me on the edge of my seat here.
I'm sorry the game got in the way, Paul. Here's your Torey Alba. And he's running in the outfield doing his sprints. And he turns and so, hey, look out. He turns. He gets smashed in the face with a baseball.
Broke my nose. 400 feet away on a run.
Now, how do you know this story?
Because he told me.
Oh, okay. He knows everything.
Because I'm going to write the book, The Lighter Side, one day.
Boy.
How long were you out with that?
A month. Columbus Clippers, AAA, Rich Bordy. Remember Rich Bordy?
Mm-hmm.
He was a reliever with the Orioles. He was in AAA. Better guy. There was several of them back then in AAA. Kenny Rowe was the pitching coach, and they used to do the football throw. You know, you get the pitches down the line, the end of BP. Roberto Kelly, your guy.
Yeah, I traded for him. That's right.
Line drive to right field, the base hit. Moreland is going to stop at second, so a single for Torey Alba.
Hits a ball off the bat. I'm running to catch the ball from the pitching coach. Rich Bordy, who's not running because he was older in his back or whatever, he's watching. He's going, wait a minute. He's not. He's like 10 yards from me. Doesn't say a word. Boom, right in my nose. Broken nose.
Again?
No, that's the same story.
How many times you get? He's like a hockey player. It's his nose broken every year.
No, it's giving you the detail story. Right. You got the executive summary from.
Wow. I was starting to look over at him, Michael, and see if there was any
black cat.
Yeah.
Blood all over the place, Al?
Yeah. Again. Another time, good nose broken again.
Wow.
Here's Gentry. First and second, nobody out. 9-2 Yanks. Pitch outside, 1-0.
Good pitch right there.
Line down the left field line. It is a base hit. That's going to go into the corner. Moreland scores. Torey Alba will stop at third. It's an RBI single for Gentry. And the Rangers trying to climb back. It's 9-3 runners on second and third. Nobody out.
They definitely don't want the Ranger lineup to get back into this. A good piece of hitting there after a little two-seamer running away. Greg Gentry, known for his speed and excellent defense, pulls his hands in. Good line drive swing.
Where do you draw the line as a pitcher? I mean, when you have a big lead, you know you just want to go after guys. But where do you draw the line as, I got to get back to just, trying to make perfect pitches instead of just going, down the middle. But, I mean, you talked about the Rangers are a good hitting lineup. They haven't been swinging the bat well, but there are guys in here that can do a lot of things.
Pitch to Kinsler is high.
It's it's interesting you say that, because often everybody said, well, with a big lead, it'd be easy to pitch that way. Sometimes there's an element of you want to get outs. You get behind in counts. Now this is serious stuff here. I mean, it's getting closer. You got a good hitter. That you end up throwing fastballs when you normally throw a changeup.
Fly ball, shallow right. That will not get a run in. Cano will make the play.
As he did there, Paul. There's a 1-0 count. Kinsler, good fastball hitter, especially inside. You have to continue to pitch. And there is that kind of that. The Marlins had a game yesterday. They were up they were down 12-3. They ended up almost catching up. The game ended up, see this ball pulling off the baseball there, Kinsler. And the ball game ended up being 12-9.
Well, voting is now open for the 2011 All-Star Game in Phoenix. Help send your favorite New York Yankees to this year's All-Star Game by voting up to 25 times at Yankees.com. Visit Yankees.com and cast your ballot now for your 2011 All-Stars. Vote early and vote often. Vote today at Yankees.com. Here's Elvis Andrus. Second and third, one out. 9-3 Yankees lead. Pitch is high. Pitch outside.
Hey.
That kid's got a lot of hair.
My hair looked like in high school. Little throw.
The 2-0. There's a strike. Andrus is 1 for 2. Singled in the fourth inning, scored a run, then grounded to first. Nice play by Posada in the first for the second out. The 2-1. Grounded to short. Nunez. Run scores. Moving to third is Gentry. So an RBI for Andrus, and now 9-4 Yankees.
Talk about that right now, Paul. He got 2 outs on his changeup. Still pitching. Got Andrus out in front of that, what looked like a fastball in the hand. The effectiveness of a good change. And CC has one. Really one impressive thing that I've seen since he's been a Yankee, and we'll obviously watch him a lot closer, is how often he throws his changeup. A legitimate 3-pitch pitcher.
Here's Josh Hamilton. Foul back.
Josh Hamilton has had a lot of trouble catching up to CC Sabathia's fastball tonight, and what that does as a hitter, it makes you try to speed things up, and that's why that breaking ball late in the count has been so good to him tonight. That when you've got to speed up to get to the fastball, you'll commit to that off-speed pitch too quick.
Pitch outside, 1-1.
Josh Hamilton kind of gimpy in there. Don't know if he twisted his ankle a little bit on that first swing. But I mean, are there nights that you just look in as a pitcher, even one of the greater hitters in the game, that you just like, he looks like he's not on any of my stuff.
Yes. Yeah. You know what? And there's also a matchup where, even though it's a brand name, and you were certainly one of them, you mentioned in Josh Hamilton, the guys that have done it, and they have some good crooked numbers on the back of their card, but there's a comfort with when you throw a pitch, you see a reaction of a hitter. Yeah. You see whether he's out in front, or is he getting beat on a good pitch, or a pitch that's hittable? Is he late? And yeah, there's definitely a sense of as to whether a hitter's uncomfortable or not.
Driven out to left field. It's deep. Gardner back. He'll make the play on the warning track for the final out. But the Rangers get 2 more runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. The end of 4.5. We're halfway through. 9-4 Yanks. Wow, the Blue Jays demoted Kyle Drabeck to AAA. Houston Astros fired their pitching coach, Brad Arnsberg. Mark Connor resigns from the Orioles. Very close friends with Buck Showalter.
Wow.
Ryan Zimmerman returns after 58 games on the DL. And Justin Morneau with a left wrist problem placed on a 15-day DL for the Twins. Lots of stuff going on in Major League Baseball. The Mark Connor one really surprises me. Posada, a little bit low. McDonald scoreboard 9-8-0, leading 4-6-0. Swing and a miss. Inside 2-1. Posada tonight is 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored. On the count 3-1. Michael Kirkman came on in relief to get the final out of the second inning, taking over for Alexi Ogando. Gave up a run in the third, a home run by Swisher, and then 2 more runs in the fourth, a 2-run double by Alex Rodriguez. So he's just eating up innings right now. 3-1. Swing and a miss, and Posada down on strikes.
Kirkman going right out for Hey. I mean, he had a couple good fastballs early in the count. This right-handed doesn't look like he's quite getting to the fastball.
Here's Nick Swisher, walked and scored in the second. Home run, solo shot in the third. Swisher is happy about getting these at-bats against a lefty. Then the next 2 games will be started by lefties for the Rangers, so he'll be swinging from his stronger side. Yoshinori Tateyama warming.
Remember that now. In case you need to talk about it, you remember that name, all right? You're on your
You got it
own.
right. Yoshinori Tateyama.
Gloomy moon tonight, isn't it?
Doesn't look happy. Nick Swisher entered tonight hitting .339 against left-handers this year. So that average went up with a home run in the third. Takes a strike there, 3-1. And Kirkman deals. And another base hit from the right side for Swisher. That'll go into the corner. And Swisher hustles to second with a double. Well, Tampa has just beaten Boston at 4-0 at Tropicana Field. So the Yankees gain a half game, and if they hold on, it'll be a game and a half. And the Rays move to within 3.5 for the Red Sox. So that win by Tampa, or Tampa Bay, stops the 9-game winning streak that the Red Sox had. Ron Washington takes the slow walk to the mound. He's going to take out Michael Kirkman. And we're going to see Tateyama So Kirkman ate up some innings for the Rangers. Yankees are leading this one 9-4. Coming up is Eduardo Nunez. Stick around. Stadium collectible pin. That's the second in a series. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com. Visit the stadium ticket window, Yankees Clubhouse shop, so you can call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Cool looking pin. And a new pitcher for the Texas Rangers. And his name is Yoshinori Tateyama. No walks. We'd like to see that. 8 strikeouts in 10 2/3 innings. And he will face Eduardo Nunez with Nick Swisher on second base. Swisher's now 21 for 58. That's 362 against left-handers this year. Nunez an RBI single in the second, then flied out to center in the third. This is his opportunity. He's the shortstop with Derek Jeter being put on the DL before the game tonight. Slow breaking ball strike, 69 miles an hour.
Sidearm breaking ball. You see, drop the angle.
Veteran pitcher, Japan, Tateyama, 11 seasons. Made his major league debut at 35 years old.
Way outside.
See him drop here, and the first pitch was a slider, and then the same delivery. They sneak a fastball away.
Popped up, the off-speed pitch. In the seats.
Obviously, there's no history here between Nunez or any of the Yankee hitters to Tateyama. You get the scatter report from Kevin Long and coaches in the minor leagues that have seen him write up reports. Little sinker slider, low 3/4.
Popped up again. Andrus will make the play for the second out. So 2 down. That's going to bring up Francisco Cervelli.
Tatsuyama, I mean, he's one of those guys, the specialty guys that come out of the bullpen, especially to get right-handers out. His delivery, everything sidearm. Be very tough for him to face a lot of lefties, but I mean, that's his thing, and that's the difference out of bullpens now. I mean, you specialize, you can get righties out or you can get lefties out. See that breaking ball there? In the old days, you had to get lefties and righties out, and then now if you can just bury righties or if you can just bury lefties, there's a job for you out there. And that's where the bullpens in the past 10, 15 years have really changed.
The 1-0. Driven out to shallow right field. Cruz comes on and makes a nice play for the final out of the 5th, taking a base hit and an RBI away from Cervelli. No runs ahead. One man left. We go to the 6th. Yankees lead the Rangers 9-4. Cruising on a Tuesday evening. We go to the 6th inning. The Yankees are leading this one by a 9-4 score. We'll also take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by your tri-state area Volkswagen dealers. Visit VWDealer.com. Tampa Bay beat Boston 4-0, so the Yankees have a chance with a win to move to within a game and a half of the first-place Red Sox in the East. Michael Young leads off. Sabathia has not been his sharpest. Paul O'Neill, did you just fall down?
That was me. No, my headphone fell off. I wanted to catch it before it hit Al in the nose again. Looking out for you, partner.
Thanks.
The 0-1. There's a strike.
But you moved my chair, I think, didn't you?
I did not.
It's come to that point. After this time, it's come to that.
Nope. 2-run single for Michael Young in the 4th inning. 42 RBIs on the season. I'll mention this earlier. You know, this guy has pretty much played all the infield positions for the Rangers. He was at third baseman last year when they went to the World Series. And then they go out and they sign Adrian Beltre to a free agent contract. And he's always been a Yankee killer, specifically this year. And before the season began, before they went to spring training, he said, I want to be traded. I don't want to be a utility guy. Ron Washington promised him, I'll get you the at-bats. And he has certainly done that. And not only has he gotten the at-bats, but here he is batting cleanup. He's become an invaluable member of the team. He always has been. And John Daniels, the GM of the Rangers, just couldn't put together the deal that he liked and said, you know what? We want him. We're going to keep him. And Michael Young couldn't demand a trade. certainly had no leverage, and the Rangers kept him, and it looks like both sides are happy.
Oh, and then some, no doubt about it. You talk about a professional hitter. We talk about it all the time. This guy is it. Consistent, year in, year out. Just mentioned Rafael Palmeiro, the most games for the organization. Games played.
Well, check this out. He started at second, and then Alex Rodriguez became the shortstop. And then when Rodriguez left, they moved him to short. And then when Elvis Andrus came on the team, they moved him to third. So he's been the obedient player that's been able to play everywhere. Took some innings at first base this year. So he's played every single infield position, but he has settled in mostly at the DH spot. He's been a good soldier about it.
Well, if not, so much money was owed to him, or is still owed through 2013, he probably would have been traded.
Well, they supposedly had a deal with the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah.
And I think it was the Rangers who backed out.
All right, so I'm reading some of his honors and things. And he's made all-star teams, and all of a sudden, you know, he's Rookie of the Year in 2001. But he got the Good Guy Award in 2003. The Good Guy Award.
It's a good award.
Swing and a miss. Now, Al's saying it's a good award because he has actually won the Good Guy Award, right, for the baseball writers?
Oh, the Roberto Clemente Award?
No. Did you ever win the Good Guy Award from the New York baseball writers?
I think so.
See, Paul never won that award.
I was in the top 10 every year, though, wasn't I?
They had a special award for you, the Annoying Guy Award. The top 25. You're definitely in the top 25. And those are guys that write about it and vote on it.
Wow. The cameraman's actually smiled, or the press actually smiled. Did you see him on TV?
Everybody likes to be on TV. There's Bob Klapisch, George King, Tyler Kepner. Yeah, they're all over. There's Joel Sherman in the back row. Al won the more impressive Roberto Clemente Award, which is for charitable work.
That is impressive.
You know, that's a nice award. I certainly never won any Cy Youngs or any cool stuff on the field, but that's meaningful.
Who won the Cy Young in the National League in 2000? You had a great year.
I would say Maddox, Glavine, or Smoltz.
Yeah, one of them.
No. You know what? Randy Johnson ran off about 2 or 3.
Ground ball, base hit for Adrian Beltran.
You see Sabathia's reaction after that pitch. A little frustrated with himself.
Ball up in the zone. Balls away, a little too seam. That could be more of a reaction of maybe there was a shake earlier to a pitch that he wanted. It wasn't awful. It was running away. Maybe up enough.
Nelson Cruz takes pitch outside, 1-0. Nine-4 Yankees lead. We're in the top of the 6th.
Ryan just gave me it was Randy Johnson. D-backs.
This is a guy right here that the Texas Rangers are trying to figure out somehow to keep him off the disabled list. He's had injuries. He's got great power. He's got the ability to, you know, to throw up 30, 40 home runs and drive in 120 if he's in the lineup every day. But they've got all kind of trouble, leg trouble, hamstring trouble. Came up big for him last year in the playoffs. Actually hit that home run that kind of sent the Yankees home in Texas last year off Robertson late in the game.
And he gets him in both legs. He'll get a left hamstring, then he'll get a right hamstring, and
quad.
Yep, they try to stretch him out before each game, but it is what it is.
22 homers last year, 33 in 09.
94-mile-an-hour fastball.
You're talking about those injuries and you're talking about those numbers. 33 home runs, less than 500 at bats, 22 last year, less than 400 at bats. So it just shows you, you know, a good season. You're in the mid 500s, you know, in his bats, and he just doesn't allow himself enough at bats because of the injuries.
He's in an awful slump right now. Coming into today's game, 0 for 11 with 9 strikeouts. Now he's got 2 here. Doesn't give up his swing at all. There's no 2-strike approach to him. He's very good on the inside part of the plate. CC backdooring that slider.
Here's Mitch Moreland, struck out and singled off the heel of CC. High drive, right field. Backing up is Swisher. He's on the track and will make the play for the final out of the 6th. No runs ahead, no errors, 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 9-4 Yankees. There. Robinson, Cano, and Cervelli are the only ones not in the party. 2 hits for Nick Swisher, 2 hits for A-Rod. Got a couple of RBIs for Granderson, a couple of RBIs for Teixeira, Ribby for Gardner. Double and a run scored for Posada, 8-game hitting streak for him. Eduardo Nunez with a Ribby as well. Lots of hits in there for the New York Yankees in their box score as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. And Gardner's going to lead it off. Top of the order, Gardner, Granderson, and Teixeira. Gardner grounded to second, singled and drove in a run and scored a run in the second. And then walked and scored in the 4th. And the pitch. There's a strike. Tateyama deals.
Backdoor slider.
I think that was a split.
What it was?
Yeah, a little big dip to it. It was like a forkball. Get out of his head.
It kind of backed up. If it was a slider, it had kind of different movement.
Were you a guy that wanted to know history and what a guy would do, strength on which side of the plate?
Not really.
Put away pitch?
I mean, I like to know what he threw. You know, fastball, changeup, slider, whatever, and velocity, and that was enough. Because other than that, until you got up and faced a guy and saw his release point and things like that, it didn't really mean much.
Way outside.
Well, you would want to know what his out pitch was, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are scouting reports on, you know, what this guy will go to when he's in trouble, and that is good to know. Will he throw strikes inside? Those things are good to know. But, you know, velocity, sure. But again, there's guys that throw 95 that you see real well, and there's guys that throw 88 that you don't pick up real well, and they seem like they're throwing hard. So until you know, towed it up in the box, it was really hard to just go on scouting reports.
Wow, this is a guy that you wouldn't pick up for reasons. There's the split. Oh,
look at that thing.
Wow. That's a Vulcan pitch.
A little claw ball of some sort. What do you have, Vulcan?
I didn't see that. Yeah, you know, the spread the two fingers. That's really unusual. Between the ring finger and middle finger. Forkball.
It's a fastball. Really hard to be able to grip that pitch. Look at that.
Really, that's I don't know if I've ever seen or played with a guy that threw a split finger with his ring finger, middle finger split. Wow.
Slap the other way.
Were you a video guy? Did you?
Yeah.
Did you? You
Not
did.
on
Okay.
other people. I just wanted to watch myself do good things.
Oh.
I would watch myself hit every night before a game. You know, driving balls to left, driving balls to right, and you know, fill your mind with what you want to do. And I hated to know what the pitcher wanted to do, because it was like, well, I don't care what he wants to do. I know what I want to do mechanically, and put yourself in position to hit.
Well, you craved information.
Oh yeah. To a fault, really. I wanted to know. I thought maybe there was something I could find out, whether it was through video, watching the opposing hitters, or a statistic based on batting average against. That whole inside edge stuff, to a point. If there was a big history, you know, a lot of at bats,
right?
You know, I would go. Sometimes I'd go with it. The guy, if you're batting average against lefty on lefty, the curveball was worse than the slider, and there was a big difference in the average, I'd go on that.
You know, it's funny because that inside edge is what came in baseball.
Grounded in the hole. Long throw by Andrus. Not in time. Infield single for Gardner.
That's a Brett Gardner hit. If he makes that shortstop move to his right, it's going to be very tough to throw him out. Tremendous speed, but Andrus gets to it, gets rid of it quick. It's got a good strong arm. Brett Gardner just got too much speed getting out of the box from the left side.
Yeah. Boy, you'd like to see Gardner just be able to a little more consistent, hit the ball on the ground on the left side. He's got so many base hits there. He is that fast. Andrus has got a very strong arm. That was an excellent bat. 10-pitch at bat for Gardner.
Gardner goes. Throw to second. Not in time. Stolen base.
Well, that's a welcome sight for Yankee fans. Brett Gardner had a tough time in the last couple of series, stealing bases, getting caught. Didn't waste any time.
That's his 100th career steal.
Do you look in on a straight steal?
What's that?
Do you look in on a straight steal?
To try to pick up the sign?
No, as you're running halfway. I know it didn't run.
Yeah, I did like to know where the ball was, but because you can a lot of times.
That one's drilled deep to right. There it goes. See ya. 2-run home run for Curtis Granderson, and the Yankees lead 11-4. 21st home run of the season. 4 ribbies on the night. 51 on the year. He's having some season.
Well, you talked about it. Here's a specialist to come in. You can tell by his delivery he's going to be tough on righties. Well, he's got 2 lefties to start this inning off. And Granderson, man, ball out over the plate. He's done this whole homestand. Balls he can drive out. He's not missing them. Another home run.
Here's Teixeira. No strike. Boy, you look at the pitching matchup. Ogando against Sabathia. You'd never think it's 11-4 here in the 6th. And Bautista now has company atop the Major League home run leader list. Both he and Granderson have 21. Matt Kemp next with 20. Breaking ball strike. Tateyama last year in Japan, 58 appearances. Career low 1.80 ERA. Opponents at 213 against him. 59 strikeouts, 11 walks.
What this Teixeira Granderson thing's been fun to watch. I mean, home runs almost daily from both of them. So, good pitch to hit there.
I'm still, I don't know if amazed is the word, but for what Granderson went through early last year, and then eventually got to Kevin Long and said, "Hey, look, I need to make a change." Since that time, the end of August, middle of August,
really done some good things. And the thing is, I think he got back to hitting, but the power has shown up. And you know, we talked the other day, he has hit 30 home runs before with the Tigers, but I mean, these are just good swings that are ending up, you know, just putting the ball in the right spot, out in the right center, right field in Yankee Stadium.
He had 30 home runs, and that's his career high in a full season. He's got 22 now. We're not 21 now. He's not even at the All-Star break. Not even. He's a month away from the All-Star break. Pretty amazing. 1-1 to Alex.
I think what's cool about the whole story is that you have a veteran guy that has had an established career, was batting .240 at the time in August, goes to Kevin Long, and not reinvents the wheel, but changes stance considerably. Kept both hands on the bat instead of doing that Walt Reniak bottom hand, take the top hand off.
Yeah, to me that's the big adjustment. It's not the stance. It's you know, staying through the ball with both hands. I mean, you come off the bat with one hand, you have such a tendency to pull off your whole body with it. And for him, obviously, it made a big difference. You see this swing here. I mean, he shoulders in there, good balance, and everything is through the ball. He was even fooled a little bit on that ball. Got it off the end of the bat. But because his balance is so good, he's still able to drive it out of the park.
Granderson did not hit his 21st home run until September 20th of last year. So to say he's ahead of his pace might be an understatement. 3-2. Dribbled slowly in front of the plate. Torey Alba will get Alex for the second out. And that's going to bring up Cano. Cano's still looking to join the party. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Ogando started, knocked out after an inning and 2/3. a side-winding right-hander, what does he need to get out of the lefty? The change, and is that a hard pitch to throw from the side?
Well, I think that you have to be able to get the ball in, too, because as a sidewinder, you know the ball is going to sink. So as a left-handed hitter, you're going to actually, kind of dive out to the outside part of the plate. So you have to be able to command that ball inside to get lefties off the plate.
Yeah, the effectiveness of a right-hander to be down there, obviously for a right-handed batter, tough to pick up, stays closed, you got a lot of movement in on hands. But this is similar to a sinker slider pitcher that doesn't have anything to get a left-handed hitter to think that you can come in. But what Paul's saying is if a sinker guy, I don't care if he's able to pound inside, I guess he's going to try to go here. And then he's got that Vulcan split that will get you off of, if you establish in, pound in, throw the straight one as opposed to the one that'll come back and then soft away.
But
this isn't a great matchup for a lefty, for a left-handed batter.
It's not a great.
I'm as a pitcher, I'm thinking as a pitcher. This is, ideally, because it's the score is what it is. If it was closer, the mix and match for Ron Washington would be
a lot different.
Tatiyama, right?
1-2. And also, I would think it's hard to get inside because the lefty batter gets such a long look. He can adjust. He can step back a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is to get inside from that side angle. You do see it, but the ball has such a tendency to run back over the plate.
Right.
And it's almost, you saw the pitch that he went in with. It was a wasted pitch. It was a slider in the dirt. He does not want to really throw a strike inside because he's going to get hurt.
The 2-2.
There he goes again.
That one's drilled deep to right field. There it goes. See ya. Solo home run. Robinson Cano. His 13th home run of the year. And the Yankees lead 12-4.
On cue, Paulie.
Wow. It's almost like the catcher Toriyama figured he'd set it up. He's got to get something inside, but it's such a good pitch for a lefty to hit because the natural movement is just going to bring it back just enough. You see that ball just start to tail back over the middle of the plate, and it just becomes a great pitch to hit for a lefty.
And really, the room for error there is very small, as Paul's saying. And you have a pitch that's going to come back over the plate. There it is again. They're pounding in.
Third home run of the night for the Yankees. Swisher has one, Granderson, and now Cano. CC this year has certainly gotten a run counter. The Yankees have scored at least 12 runs in 5 of his starts.
Tough one there. That's that, you call it the Vulcan split. We invented a new pitch tonight, huh?
Have you seen anybody throw a split like that?
Well, that's a pitch right there. Now that ball broke in under the hands. That's the pitch he's going to need.
Yankees scored 3 more runs. Curtis Granderson with his 21st home run of the year, a 2-run shot. And then Robinson Cano, 1 out later, goes solo. We played 6. The kids love it, and so do you.
Sands Casino Resort. Bethlehem Hotel now open. Well, not as many crooked numbers as the Yankees. Josh Hamilton 0 for 3 with a K. Nobody with 2 hits. Spread it out economically, and here we are, 12-4 game in the 7th inning. CC still toeing the hill.
We go to the top of the 7th inning. It's 12-4. Yankees over the Rangers. Yorvit Torrealba, Craig Gentry, and Ian Kinsler 8-9-1 here for the Rangers. And there's a strike. 12-4 on the Prudential scoreboard, brought to you by Prudential. Prudential, bring your challenges. 12-12-0, 4-7-0.
Challenging yourself for that thing right there.
Absolutely. I'm pumped up. The 0-1. Pitch is high.
Good scoreboard.
Box score, you mean?
Box score.
Line drive, a base hit. Now, you've got kids. The best way to have kids swim is to throw them in the pool. So now
that's it.
The box score doesn't scare you anymore.
No, not at all. But, yeah, you mean with swimming. You get to throw.
You gotta have something to hang on to.
A lifesaver. You know what a swimmy is, right?
Yes.
All right. Life preserver.
Here's Gentry. There's strike. Now, Al, Yankees have had a lead since the 2nd inning. And it doesn't seem as if CC has been real sharp. Is it a product of the lead, or does he just not have his best stuff and best location today?
I think it could be a little bit of both, Michael. I think that you have a big lead. You have a veteran pitcher that is aware of it. You pitch to counts. You want to get quick outs, of course. You'd like to get everybody out.
Neftali Feliz and Arthur Rhodes.
He's had some long delays sitting in the dugout, which you always like when your team's scoring a lot of runs. This is a good hitting team, no doubt about it. I think it's a matter of him just consistently having make the pitches when he's had to. He's given up the 4 runs.
The 1-2, foul back.
He had a couple moments where he ended up pitching backwards. I don't know, Kinsler, he threw a changeup, and Elvis Andrus, he's gotten a little trouble in the 5th inning. Gentry got the double down the line. Even though he's still shown good fastball, that 94-95. I still think CC's effectiveness is when he uses his changeup in certain batters in the lineup, when he throws behind the count. I love his changeup. Gets guys off his fastball.
The 2-2. Popped up. Swisher is there. 1 out.
Nobody warming up. You got the 101 pitches. You're thinking 2-ball right here.
CC, if you watch, has a little bit of a superstition. He will never take a ball from an infielder in his glove. He will always catch it barehanded. Always.
Pitchers are weird, Michael. I've told you that for years.
Now that you're getting closer to Al, you think he's weird? Up close and personal?
No, but he's very caffeinated. And can you tell the difference tonight? Kenny Singleton next to me the other night, I felt like I was on chamomile. Now I feel like there's Red Bull flowing somewhere.
They are a bit different.
You think?
A little. And he's done this every single game for the Yankees. He will catch it with his bare hand.
Hitters aren't superstitious.
No, there's many. I mean, the most superstitious guy I ever knew in baseball, the way he balls, and he was a hitter, obviously. But I think every baseball player, if you ask them, are like schedules and like things the way they want them. And it's not always a superstition to the point where you freak out if it doesn't go that way, but you just do things a certain way.
Routine.
Exactly.
Count 2-2. Luis Ayala. You see those bracelets on his left hand? He wouldn't be able to pitch with that. He warms up with those, and when he comes into the game, he takes them off. But you can't have that on your wrist when you're pitching because it'd be a distraction to the hitter.
See, there you go. Superstition. Something a little different.
What was yours, Paul?
I mean, there were certain shirts don't tell me there weren't certain restaurants you didn't go to when you just had good nights. You'd go to good restaurants, and you just in the back of your mind that it was it's going to be a great day.
Yeah. That's not a superstition. Shirts. Old crusty hats.
High fly ball center field off the bat of Kinsler. Granderson will put it away for the second out.
I played with Dwayne Ward. Remember him?
Yeah.
Nasty. We talked about sinker slider. He wore the same sleeves, the under baseball shirt called sleeves,
right, for
5 or 6 years.
And Did he wash it?
Yeah, he'd wash it, but there are holes, so he'd darn it. Get the thread. He'd sit in front of his locker.
And he had sewed a shirt himself.
Yeah, he'd sew it himself. And there were holes all. Oh, it's nasty.
Well, John Franco always wore his dad's sanitation shirt under, right?
Yes, he did.
Orange shirt. There's a ground ball to short. Nunez will go the short way, and that will do it. In the seventh, no runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. At the end of 6.5, it's time for the seventh inning stretch. Yankees 12 and the Rangers 4. But we're going to stay right here and honor America in the Bronx.
Please rise and offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Thank you. Now join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
To the old
deal with the Yankee offense. Yankees are up 12-4. Nick Swisher is waiting to take his cuts against Arthur Rhodes. And here's the matchup, lefty and righty.
Well, you see it. I mean, his stance is a little bit different. He's a little more crouched. But, again, watch this front hip, all the movement open, just not getting to the ball. His attack from the right side is like he's almost looking away. Everything's in there, and he's still quick enough. So you just see the difference in the weight shift and just staying close from the right side.
So he gets to see another left-hander, and he'll see two lefties over the next two games. And you see, as a right-handed batter, hitting .362, as a lefty hitting .176, and as a right-handed batter, almost a third of the at-bats, the same amount of home runs. So Swisher tonight is 2 for 2 with a walk. And on the Prudential scoreboard, Yankees lead 12-4. The veteran lefty Arthur Rhodes.
The veterans, right, Michael? I'm just looking at Major League service. He has over 18 years in the major leagues. Guys that you have faced and are still playing, you know they've been around a long time.
Boy, threw hard in his younger day, didn't he? See that 87? He was legit 95 or better.
Yeah, he was a starter when he started in Baltimore and just couldn't get a curveball over him. Always had a great fastball. Then he found his breaking ball and became a great relief pitcher. Another veteran out there, left-hander Darren Oliver. Between them and they're in there. I mean, he had 16 years, so between them, 34 years of major league experience for two left-handers out in the bullpen.
.41 years old. You had good numbers against him. Paul, 7 for 24 with a home run. That's .292.
Faced him in Baltimore, faced him in Seattle. Big home run. Remember David Justice hit off Arthur Rhodes in the playoffs here against Seattle.
That was the one that sent you to the Subway Series.
Mm-hmm.
Count 3-2. Andres Blanco takes over at third base. Wow, there's a lot of numbers there. 1-2-1-2-0 or 12-12-0. Strike three. Swisher down looking. Painted inside at 87. Well, now's your chance to take on Russ, brought to you by Toyota. Besides getting his 3,000th hit, what would be your favorite Derek Jeter individual moment? A, Mr. November home run. B, bloody dive into the stands. C, Jeffrey Mayer home run. D, flip it home against the A's. And E, breaking Lou Gehrig's record. Text A, B, C, D, or E to 70377 or go to my9tv.com. Find out the results right after the game. It's Take on Russ, brought to you by Toyota. And Nunez fouls it back.
Yeah, you look at that list, there's not a loser on the list. I mean, every one of those are great memories for anybody that grew up, from the 96 on, watching.
Grounded and past the diving Blanco into left field. Second hit of the night for Nunez, and we keep saying this is his chance to show what he has. He's got 13 games in these 15 days that Derek's going to be on the DL, where he's going to play shortstop, and he's going to get continuous at-bats for a game. I mean, occasionally he might get spelled by Ramiro Pena, who's called up today, but he's the starting shortstop. Let's see what he does.
Well, there's two ways you can look at it as a hitter. You can say, hey, I've got an opportunity now. I got to make it happen, and you go and you try to do too much. Or you can just sit back and say, hey, I got 15 days here. Finally, I'm going to have some consecutive at-bats. And it looks like he's gone the latter. He's had good at-bats tonight. You saw him motion over to Robbie Thompson, not going to run. Joe Girardi's got most of these guys on their own. But in a 12-4 game, you kind of put the brakes on. No more stolen bases. Don't need trouble to start here. you have a magic number when you were pitching that it used to irritate you when people would steal?
You know, I was just going to ask you that because, you know, it's American League, and I get it. You don't want to put it in the face of your opposing team. The fact that you're up by 8 runs, but 8 runs is not insurmountable. You know, defensive indifference. You don't cover them.
Ground ball up the middle. There's 1, and there's 2. So a 6-4-3 double play on the bat of Cervelli, who was 0 for 4, and that'll do it for the Yankees here in the 7th. Let's take it to the 8th. 12-4 Bombers. Stop by your local Hyundai dealer for the 411. 411, Paul, is for the information.
The info.
Yeah, the info. Luis Ayala is the new Yankee pitcher, so CC went 7. And we've got some changes. So once they start making changes like this, Al, that means you're not going to be stealing either. When you start to make wholesale changes, you've got Andrew Jones in left. Gardner moved from left to center. So Granderson is out of the game. And you also have a new second baseman. Robinson Cano takes the seat, and Ramiro Pena, who was called up to take Derek's place on the 25-man roster, he takes over at second, and the new pitcher is Luis Ayala.
Look at Alan. He's running out of room on his scorecard over there.
Yeah, you got a nice clean one here, don't you?
And you see Ayala took those beads off his left arm, but he warms up with them, and now he's ready to roll. And he's going to face Josh Hamilton. Josh Hamilton, in the last couple of All-Star extravaganzas, probably provided the greatest thrill in the last 10 years when he put on a show at the old Yankee Stadium and almost hit a ball out of the ballpark. It was. Were you there that night?
Yes, yes.
It was exhilarating. It really was. I mean, he put on a show where he actually tired himself out for the last round. But he was hitting balls where you're just not supposed to hit them, even during BP.
Yeah, it's funny too, because as a player you come back and you hear where he hit them and stuff, and you've seen, you know, thousands and thousands of balls in batting practice, and never have you seen balls end up where they did that night. So it was extremely exciting for fans on TV and at the ballpark.
Strike 3, Hamilton down looking. One of the balls he hit was, remember the back wall behind the right field bleachers? And it almost cleared the wall and went where the subway was. It was fascinating to watch. And there it is, 2008 All-Star Game at Yankee Stadium. Into the sky, into the upper deck. Reggie said, wow. It was one of the great shows. It really was.
That was the one that hit the 4 train. That last one, didn't it?
did anything. I don't think anything ever left the ballpark.
No.
But it came close.
You almost had him
4
there.
to the 7.
The D, the B. That's pretty high up in the black.
I mean, that's amazing. When you start seeing guys in batting practice going that deep in the black seeds.
Justin Morneau actually won the home run derby that night, but if you ask people, they'll think that Josh Hamilton won it. I think the deepest one he had was the one I talked about off the back wall beyond the bleachers in right field. I mean, I was lucky enough. Hi, how you doing? I was lucky enough that day. Look at a little heart. That's so nice. That I got a chance to announce the home run derby on the field, and he made me lose my voice. I'm screaming "see ya" like
I was just
never
saying, were
stopped.
they all see us?
They were all see yas. The 2-2. Hey, this guy on the mound is going to play an important role for the Yankees. He is now the 7th inning guy, because you've got Robertson who's going to pitch the 8th, and Luis Ayala steps up to a much more important role because of the injury to Jabba Chamberlain. And you saw the numbers we gave, and they're pretty decent numbers. Will they be good late in games against big hitters as Michael Young grounds out to third? Hey, tonight after the game, there were so many Yankee greats, but none were able to get 3,000 career hits. Tonight, Yogi Berra weighs in on Jeter's quest to the milestone on the Verizon Fios game wrap-up tonight on My 9 News.
Well, I think the fact that Girardi could count on a guy that's been around a little bit, Montreal a few years, played for the Nationals, played for the Mets, the Twins, Florida last year.
There's Andres Blanco. Adrian Beltre was 1 for 3 in this spot in the lineup. If you just joined us, Derek Jeter right before 6 o'clock was put on the DL with that sore right calf, grade 1 strain. And that means he's going to miss 13 games, and he will come back with 2 games left on the next homestand, 2 games against the Milwaukee Brewers. Then the Yankees will go on the road across the river to Citi Field for 3 games against the Mets, then go to Cleveland for the July 4th weekend, or the July 4th holiday. It's Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, a 3-game set, and then come back and play 4 games against Tampa Bay. So will he get the 3,000th hit here? Will he come up the DL at the end of 15 days? Those are all questions that are still up in the air. The 2-1. Big, healthy cut. 2-2.
Well, every opportunity Ayala gets, certainly these are chances for him to, as you say, Michael, move up the ladder with the situation with the bullpen at Jabba. You can say that about Nunez, as we're discussing. You got a guy that's battled. I said last year he was at the Marlins, actually bounced around a couple of AAA teams with different organizations.
Slapped into center field. Gardner is there, and Ayala works a clean 1-2-3 inning here in the 8th. Paul, I have an extra ticket. Will you sit with me? Paul, run down there. You got about an inning. No, 2.10, and you can't figure baseball. He lasts an inning and 2/3, gives up 6 runs, and only gets 2 outs in the second inning. And after that, he turns it over to the bullpen, and they've done their share of damage as well. You see the numbers there on Bush. 12 games, 31 and a third innings, 35 hits, 8 walks, and 20 strikeouts.
Spent some time as a starter with the Milwaukee Brewers most of his career. Got up to the big leagues with Toronto. His best year back in 2006. 12 wins. Kind of a long man, 6th starter for Ron Washington in Texas.
Top of the lineup, Brett Gardner, another guy who's getting an opportunity with Derek being out. Brett Gardner is going to be your leadoff guy, at least against right-handed pitching. And we'll see what the Yankees do over the next 2 days against lefties. Will Granderson lead off? Will Gardner be in the game? If he's in the game, he might as well lead off, so we'll have to take a look at tomorrow night's starting lineup. Dave Bush, and a base hit by Gardner. His 3rd hit, the 4th time he's on base.
Yeah, I'm going to say that he just earned himself a game in the leadoff spot tomorrow. A lot of times managers don't want to make changes. Brett Gardner gets his first shot at the leadoff, throws up 3 hits. And I don't know that I would do anything to change anything with Granderson right now.
You like him in the number 2 spot?
Well, I like the way he's swinging the bat. I mean, it's all about the timing. Everything is perfect in his life right now. Why change it?
Here's Andrew Jones, his first at bat. Breaking ball, swung on and missed.
I would think that Nunez also could lead off if he had to.
Yep.
If you wanted to get Andrew Jones a start. The problem with Brett Gardner and then Granderson hitting second is you got back-to-back lefties. It just all depends on the type of lefty that you're facing.
Tough one in Derek Holland. Good fastball. Put away slider.
Swing and a miss, and Andrew Jones down on strikes.
Well, so far, Girardi has used the lefty-righty tandem of Jones and Gardner, but if you go matchup, that's a possibility. I can't imagine after Gardner's day today why you wouldn't have him as the #1 hitter, leadoff hitter tomorrow. Jones 2 for 5, not much of a history against Derek Holland. Gardner 1 for 5.
Teixeira grounds one to second. Let's see if they turn 2. There's 1. And there's 2. A 4-6-3 double play. So Dave Bush works a scoreless 8th inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and nobody left. Last lick's coming up for the Rangers in the 9th. Toyota offers fuel efficiency you'll love, only better. And by JCPenney, we make style affordable. You make it yours. Well, we go to the 9th inning, and the Yankees will use their third pitcher. It's going to be Lance Pendleton. Sabathia went 7, and he'll pick up his 8th win. Ayala worked a 1-2-3-8, and now Pendleton will come on for the 9th. And in 9 games, 2.45, 11 innings, 8 hits, 6 walks, and 5 strikeouts.
He's got to get ahead, get those walks down. That's 6 walks, 11 innings, not good ratio.
Nelson Cruz 0 for 3. And a strike. Fly ball to center and 2 strikeouts. And he is 0 for his last 14 and 2 for 18. Another strike on the outside corner. 41-minute rain delay at the start, but no holdup since then.
You can tell Cruz, and Cruz has tremendous power, good hitter. He's just caught in the middle of everything. It's just nothing. He doesn't look like he's on any pitch, breaking ball or the fastball, and that's what happens. Once in a while, throughout the course of a long season, you go through times where just something isn't right. I'll tell you one thing, when he's on, he's dangerous. Does a lot of damage, home runs down in Texas.
Here's the payoff from Pendleton, and he walked him. Tonight after the game, there were so many Yankee greats, but none were able to get 3,000 career hits. Tonight, Yogi Berra weighs in on Jeter's quest to the milestone on the Verizon Fios game wrap-up tonight on My 9 News. Now, you know that people say, well, why would you walk somebody? You have an 8-run lead. Well, he's not trying to throw balls. He's trying to throw strikes. It's just not happening. I don't think he's trying to be too careful. Here's Moreland. There's a strike.
Not robots out there. There's no doubt about it. When you get in a bad count, as he did, you're just thinking, just put the ball over the plate. You don't care where they hit it. You definitely do not want to walk. You don't walk when you're up by 8.
You were thinking that too on the mound? Because I know I was thinking it in right field sometimes with a 12-4 lead. Throw the ball over the plate.
But did you pitch? Were you a pitcher
Oh,
in
yeah,
high school?
in high school. That's all I did, yeah.
All right, so you can then relate to it's not
there
easy
are times where that plate seems like it's moving up there.
Like
there's no doubt about it.
It's not 60 feet 6 inches. It's about 80 feet away.
Swing and a miss, and Moreland down on strikes.
Michael, and don't take this the wrong way. Have you ever stood on a mound and like thrown it home?
Yeah.
60 feet 6 inches?
Yeah.
It's far, right? I mean, throw a strike?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
No, I mean, no, seriously.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to get somebody
out,
but I mean, if you just throw into a catcher, it doesn't seem like it's that difficult.
But a strike.
Right.
Not just, in the general area.
I mean, President George Bush just throw an absolute strike.
That's
Nothing
true.
to
He
it.
nailed it. He did.
Nothing to it.
With Kevlar from his neck to his ankles. Pitches inside.
That's because Derek Jeter warned him. Did you hear
He
that?
said, don't bounce it. They'll boo
No, he
you.
said get up on the mound. Or did Roger
He
say
said, don't throw a ball. They will boo you.
Oh, yeah. He threw it. Roger, didn't he? Down the cages?
Down the cages. We weren't allowed to hit that night. Secret Service all the way down there. Like, what's going on? President's down there warming up.
You remember who caught the pitch?
I know.
Todd Green.
Todd Green.
The 2-0. Way outside, 3-0.
Talk about a picture opportunity, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Michael, I'm sure you'll agree with me. When we stood on the field at the end of last year, and Texas had just beaten the Yankees, I thought for sure they were on their way to their first World Series. I thought they were a better team than the Giants.
Well, they certainly were a better offensive team, but I guess we always forget this one thing. Great pitching is going to beat great hitting, and the Giants have great pitching. And they just shut them down. The 3-1. There's a strike. Now, you're buddies with the Giant pitching coach, Dave Righetti, out. Did he think they could beat them? Did you talk to him before the World Series?
Yeah. Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, when you run out Lincecum and Matt Cain, Robin Gardner really stepped up.
A walk to Torrealba.
And a very, very good bullpen. Forget about just Ryan Wilson. What they're bringing lefty, righty.
Now, we could talk over and over how difficult it is to throw a strike. But Pendleton's digging himself a hole here with the decision makers because they've got to make room for that Thursday starter, and this is not impressing anybody right here.
You said it, Mike. Hey, you know, Pendleton's a nice pitcher. You could say, okay, if he's throwing 95 and spraying the ball, but he's got to be on. When you're throwing 89 miles an hour, you have to be able to hit the corner. Not only throw strikes, but hit corners. That is a average Major League fastball.
Gentry 1 for 3 tonight. RBI double. Now he's missing all over the place in the count 2-0. Outside, inside, up, down. And Larry Rothschild's going to want to settle him down.
I've been there. Where you mentioned it, Paul, where the plate moves and then you start hoping, where you're completely aware. Yeah, you're completely aware of, like, what am I doing? Just throw it over the plate. Let him hit it. I don't care if he hits it 5 miles. And then you squeeze the ball, and you're not mindful of the glove. You're just kind of seeing an area. Oh, yeah. Interesting there. Jorge giving kind of catching advice going back to first base as he's done so many years.
The 2-0. There's a strike. Pendleton allowed 3 runs on 3 hits, 2 walks, and 2 home runs in an inning and 2/3 in his last appearance. There's Jeffrey Marquez getting ready. You don't want to go to the bullpen again in the 9th when you're leading 12-4. There's a strike.
Yeah, save those arms. You're right, Michael. And you also know that. A lot goes through your mind, but you know that, where you don't want other guys have to get up in a game like this. Need 3 outs. You're up by 8.
High fly ball. Center field. Gardner is there, and he makes the play for the 2nd out. So the Rangers are down to their final out. Tomorrow night it's going to be Ivan Nova against Derek Holland. Another night game. And that's going to bring up Ian Kinsler. Kinsler 1 for 4. He singled in the 4th inning and came around to score a run. And Pendleton deals inside. Rangers have lost 5 of their last 7. They're on their longest road trip of the year. And they just split 4 games with Minnesota. It's 10 days and 9 games.
Look at that.
Whole section of fans remaining in left field.
Must not be back yet.
Into it.
Crowd of 43,457. That was hammered down the left field line, foul.
talked about Texas thing. I mean, you talk about the Yankees. They came home for a long homestand and, started off 0-3 against Boston. Well against the Indians. Win tonight. They're back to 500 on this trip. This homestand. 2 games remaining.
And that was following a 6-3 West Coast swing. The 1-2. 2-2. And the pitch. Strike 3. Kinsler down looking. And the Yankees win the game, and you could put this one on the left side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left in the 9th. Lance Pendleton gets the final 3 outs, 2 of them strikeouts. A couple of big hits for Alex Rodriguez, another hit for Jorge Posada to extend his hitting streak to 8 straight. And the kid with the curly hair is happy as the Yankees win this one 12-4. And as Paul said, they even their record at 4-4 on this what will be 10-game homestand. And CC Sabathia improves to 28-12 in his career in the month of June. We got a lot of stuff still to do. You've stayed up this late with us. We got some awards to give out, so stick around to find out who gets them.